Okay. Raise your hand properly, please. Okay. Once again, I'll ask, how many of you have started the presentation? One person in the team? One person in the team? Okay. Keep working on it. All right, guys, I guess many of us are yet on their way. Until then, what we'll do is, first of all, a huge round of applause for Praveen sir, our COO. He's here with us today to help you out, to give you an idea, to give you a context on how to proceed further. I'm sure his insights would be quite helpful, so please listen to him carefully. All right? Thank you. Praveen sir, over to you.
Thanks, Deepak. Very good morning to all of you. So first of all, question, do you recall I had given a session 2 days back, I guess? Two days back. So was that session helpful? What happened? So such a low response. Okay. So what I think I had, I wanted to cover several things for you, but what I would like to do to start with, like Deepak was asking, how many of you have already taken a shot at your PPT? And some of you are still thinking of starting, right? So my question to you, for people who haven't started yet, is there any question going on in your mind? Why don't you go ahead and ask a question, please? Can mic be given to people? Yes. No, name is good. Name is good. Deepak, can we bring that slide on, the PPT? No, the presentation, the PPT that we yesterday. Yes, please.
Sir, it's like we were having a small doubt about we didn't know if this is going to be possible or not, but then we just had a thought of it. The thought was like we have like centralized entities for musicians to produce their albums, right? So what if we make it a decentralized entity? Users, like fans, will have to invest or something into the album, and they'll be getting written back of some of the amount that they have, gained on the sales and everything. Like what could be your opinion on this?
It's a very good point. So if you remember, yeah, you can see that. So in fact, in my other day presentation, I had talked about few of the companies who are doing things in the music space, such as Audios, and there were a few others, right? So the question here is, yes, it is very, very much possible. See, I mean, let's try to, there is one slide that we had added on the, that is on the slide presentation deck, is why blockchain, right? And, that's a very, very important question to answer, because you should not use blockchain for the sake of using blockchain, okay? Now, does the decentralization help? Do you really need decentralization? And if you are using decentralization, what does it mean for various stakeholders, right? Who are the stakeholders? Stakeholders could be people who are creating albums, people who are listening to the songs. Then there could be, entities such as, the advertisement agencies. There are several people who come into the ecosystem, and based on what, the model that comes out of this, okay? So that model should make sense. And there should be willingness from people to go to accept this model. Okay, now I'll give an example. Now, if you give me an example of one of the most famous Web2 based music app, Spotify, right? Now, what do you get if you listen to a music there? I mean, nothing as such, right? I mean, at the most you get some, they have some free music for you to enjoy, right? That's the maximum you get out of that, right? So I heard Abhishek was talking about it. So I don't want to answer your question in binary yes or no. Yeah, thank you. So, my answer to you is that it should not be just answered binary.
Sir, we can't hear you. I need to speak.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay. So the point I was trying to make, that any business model, if you go and look at Web2 products, they could be Swiggy, they could be Ola, they could be anything, right? They have got an economics around it, right? The business makes some money, and that money goes to some people, right? Now the decentralized way of looking at things basically is that you are still making money, but that money doesn't go to the people who have founded the company. Absolutely. That money goes to everybody who is responsible for keeping the system up. Now that is the most critical differentiator of Web3 applications from Web2 applications. Now, when I say that, it really has so many things in deep, and I think if we get time today, I would discuss certain aspects of economics of the business. Okay, you must appreciate. See, any business can run viably, sustainably, if if the stakeholders who are using the system, they are part of the game. Now you will say, why do you use, for example, Facebook? Because you didn't have anything better than that, right? Why do you use, for example, Ola? Now, if you have a better system in which, you have, your requirements are being met, and also you are earning money, right? You will always go and prefer that system. Now, to answer your question, absolutely it is possible. There are a lot of work already happening in this space right now, in which the music albums are getting created, and people are using them. People are being rewarded for using the system, right? A portion of the reward goes to these guys as well, right? So it is definitely viable. It's not that we cannot do it, but to create a business which is sustainable, which is a Web3, I would say, focused business, you need to really have several things sorted out in this. It is not only the technology, believe me. Technology is one dimension where you talk about front end, you talk about the back end, you talk about the user interface, UX, UI, all those things are fine, right? But then there is much more to that. Okay, why should your business sustain? Now I'll tell you. So I have worked quite a lot in the finance space. So maybe I'll bring some flavor from finance. Now, if you really look at any country's economy, right, there are two things which are very important, right? One is the fiscal policy, and another is the anyone? Monetary policy, right? So let's focus more on the monetary policy. What happens in monetary policy, right? As a central bank of any country, what you do, you print currency, you print dollars, right? I mean, if you take example of US, then they print dollars, right? How much dollar they should print? Right now, there is no check on that. You can print as many dollars as you really want, right? Depending upon the dollar that you infuse in the market and some other parameters, the value of dollar goes up or down, right? I mean, that's very typical demand and supply problem. Now, if you look at that scenario and try to compare, so if you are starting a project in Web3, then you are creating your own monetary policy around it. Okay? How do you do that? So, as a company, you define your own token or currency, right? Have you guys been taught about the currencies, the tokens that you create in the project in last few days? No. Not really? Okay. So we'll get into, so I think I don't want to confuse you people with all those information at this point in time, right? What we will do, we will go slowly in that direction. But for the time being, let's take one example. I was looking at all the ideas that you guys have submitted. One idea I kind of liked was fake product identification. Who has written that idea? Fake product identification? Very good. So now, okay, you all have written there. So I would like one of you to stand up and tell me what exactly you had in mind when you talked about fake product identification system.
So, we were like, since luxury brands are very concerned about their reputation, about duplication of their products, so we wanted to do a validation so that the customer can recognize authentic or not.
Very good problem
So
statement.
we were like,
Okay.
we will give them an NFT, which when scanned, when we were like, we'll give them a QR code or something. When the end product goes to the customer, he can scan the code and get an NFT, which gives him a confirmation about the validation of the product.
Okay, that's a very good description. Thank you. That's a very good description of the problem statement that you are making. Now let's try to split this problem. Okay, let's try to see how exactly do you do that, analysis of a particular problem. Now, the first thing is that you are looking at a very specific segment. Now, if you really say that, I want to go and check the authenticity of a pen which is costing 10 rupees. How many people will be interested in doing that? Not many, right? Because I think the price of the item is so low that you really don't need to spend so much of energy, money in building things around it, right? So the first thing. Now, if you look at that is the product, categorization. Then you go and look at who all are the people who are buying these products. Right? Now, if, for example, if you're talking about a luxury item, the target segment which uses this product, that itself becomes very limited, very, I would say, narrow, right? The third thing, how do you, have you heard of diamonds? When diamonds are being made, blockchain is being used in tracing the origin of diamond. That is one of the most crucial things in diamond space, because diamonds are pretty expensive. And what happens that, from the place the diamond gets, mined, and from that place to the, when it gets into the hand of the end user, okay, it really crosses several stages, basically, And what has happened all throughout, that is something which really is a very good use case. Okay, so that was distraction, but let's come back to the point. So, what is the problem statement that you're talking about? You're talking about a space in which there is a luxury item which demands this kind of attention, first of all, right? So there should be buyers. The price should justify that. I mean, if it is very cheap or inexpensive product, then maybe this may not justify. Then the question is that, do we have the slides up, Deepak? Yeah, go to the next slide. And we'll just go over this presentation, and if for your problem statement, if you are not able to discover something, we could talk about that right now. Okay, that's the idea here, so that you will feel comfortable about what we are trying to do. Go to the next slide, please. Go to the next. Go to the next. Yeah, anybody has any question on this slide? And I think Abhishek had talked about this earlier. There are several tracks in which you could build your application, right? You can build your product. Now you could choose to build in Polkadot. You could choose to build in other applications. So we have got a sponsor called Chingari, right? So they are basically Indian version of the TikTok. Okay. So now they have their very specific problem. If you go to IBC.media website, it has the details of all the tracks there. Has anybody tried going there? IBC.media. You have gone? Why is Yeah. Can you guys hear me? Okay, so the track is something that is driven by several factors. Now it could be technology, it could be the space in which the problems are being given to you. Okay, so I'll leave that to you. So I think is anybody having problem in choosing track? Yeah, please go ahead and tell your problem. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So again, you will have you gone through all the tracks available there? Have you gone through all the tracks which are available right now? No, go and do that. See, the point is that different blockchains have, fundamentally blockchains serve the same purpose. You can sit down. Fundamentally, blockchains serve the same purpose, but different blockchains have a different way of solving the problem. Okay, their technicalities may vary. Okay, and some of our sponsors, like Abhishek was mentioning yesterday, if it is Microsoft or if it is some other company. So, in the hackathon world, what happens? You are thrown with a challenge. Now that challenge could be, if it is from my side, I could choose my own track. I could choose to give you a particular set of problems. Okay, so you have to see where does it make sense, that's number one. In which track, either technology-wise or function-wise, where does it fit? Go and do the analysis. So I think one thing that all of you should do, I will encourage, that go and look at all the different tracks which are available for you. Okay, go to ibc.media, look at the hackathon, okay, and in that you will see all the tracks. Go and look at them. We have described all the problem statements. Okay, it will give you a little clarity. So while we do all these sessions, you should try to do that parallelly also if you have got internet here. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So there is a track named IBC. There is a track named IBC Open Innovation Challenge Ethereum.
Mm-hmm.
So for that we can choose this track.
You could definitely.
Because our project is based on Ethereum chain.
Yeah, you could definitely choose that. See, there are tracks which are sponsored by sponsors.
Yeah.
These tracks are IBC sponsored track. So we invite applications in these also, right? So you are free to choose any track. But before you choose NFT marketplace, there is one thing that also you need to understand, that the track in which you are deciding to create an application, how crowded is that place? Okay, understand that point. I'm talking about a very important thing that you should understand. So first, Ethereum came, right? Yeah. Now Ethereum started, CryptoKitties have you heard of, right? So CryptoKitties was, it's a project in which you breed kitties and then you kind of create more powerful kitties.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm looking at this side all the time when somebody talks. Okay. So the point what I'm trying to say is that, and that became very, very famous.
Yeah.
Right?
That was the first project by Ethereum.
Absolutely. First famous project. I mean, there were a few others, but then CryptoKitties became, I would say, it was like one of the most voluminous transaction-wise, project. Okay. So I'm not sure whether you guys understand. When these projects, so okay, let me ask you a question. So guys, listen to me, all of you, please. So for example, there are different applications on Ethereum, right? And all of them have different business purposes, for sure, right?
Yeah.
CryptoKitties is something else, OpenSea is something else, right? I mean, all these are doing different things, correct? but all of them are part of Ethereum,
Yeah.
right? How do they find their place in the Ethereum nodes, blocks?
They,
Do you understand that?
yeah, there are different protocols for different chains in the Ethereum.
Can you please elaborate that?
Just like vernacular protocol that is based on transactions. Ethereum based transactions that records the transactions that are being in the Ethereum chain. For other branches, I think there are many protocols in the Ethereum also.
So it is happening like this. I think, what is your name?
Puneet.
Puneet, oh, I had spoken to you the other day also, right? Okay, so Puneet, so what happens, guys, I will not be talking in a very structured way here. My objective is to give you some clarity, which will help you, first of all, fill this PPT, number one. Number two, in this process, I want you to come up with some, more pronounced understanding of the things there on ground. That's what is my objective, okay? Believe me. And I'm sure if you focus, you will be able to get some more idea about it, okay? So what happens, I know, and Selva has covered this, so what is a blockchain? Question. Deepak, I am testing what you have taught them in last 5 days.
Absolutely.
So who can explain to me what is a blockchain?
Sir,
Yes, who is this time? Yeah.
blockchain is a technology in which we can record transaction immutably, and the transactions are recorded one by one, and they are stored like in hash codes. And
Okay. Very good try. Okay. Very close. Yeah. Anybody else defining what is blockchain?
Sir,
Yes.
it's an infinite
Where are you? Yes, please.
it's an infinite append-only chain where multiple transactions can be grouped together and formed as a block, where all the blocks are transparent and they are non-mutable.
Fantastic. Very good. What is your name?
Kaushik.
Kaushik. Good job. Clap for Kaushik. Who else wants to say something which is little different from what Kaushik has said and what Puneet has said? Yes.
Sir.
Yes. So after Kaushik and Puneet, anybody else
Sir.
who wants to? Yes. Please raise your hand. I am struggling to see. Yeah. Go ahead.
So, a set of blocks formed by hashing data and forming a connected chain.
Okay. Makes sense. Yes. Please.
Thank you.
I think blockchain is a medium between two peers, which concentrates mainly on trustlessness and transparency of the whichever thing they are doing. Like anything, it can be like
Very good. What's your name?
Srihita.
Srihita. Very good answer. My left side has been little silent. Let's focus on the zoom in the left side. Who from left side can explain what is a blockchain? And you will be surprised why I am asking this question, because I want to arrive at some point, basically. Anybody from this side? Okay, please.
Sir, after attending all these classes, what I understood is that I consider blockchain as a digital database that consists of records which will be continuously keep adding. They're like ordered records.
Very good. What is your good name?
Sudha, sir.
Sudha. Thank you, Sudha. I think all of you are right. Then you will ask me, then why are you asking this question after 6 days? What is blockchain? Right? Question in mind, Puneet? Yeah? This should be such a dumb question to ask. See, I'm trying to drive at one thing. So you have to understand one thing, that blockchain is chain of blocks, right?
Yes, sir.
Is a better explanation?
Yeah, sir.
Okay. And what I mean by that, see, when a block gets added, imagine the first blockchain. What was the first blockchain? What was the first blockchain? Bitcoin, absolutely. So now, when you add blocks in a blockchain, then the complexity arises there. All the technical complexity that you talk about, that you think about, these technical complexities come as to what should be the next block. Do you get this? Please feel free to ask me questions here. The complexity arises in deciding what should be the next block. Right? Should that be that difficult question to answer? Yes or no? Which, are you guys following me or you are not following? Tell me. Following? So, what should be the next block is a very, very difficult question to answer. Why? Because this is a free world. There is no organization here, RBI or any central agency which comes and says, oh, this is the next block. No. And I am talking especially for non-permission blockchain, not the permission one. Permission one still have some regulations, not regulation, but then some modalities there, right? So what happens? And when we talk about what's going to be the next block, that answer comes from various consensus mechanism. All the people who are in the chain, they agree on that, okay, this is going to be the next block. And that they can do by various different ways. No way, like Silva mentioned the other day, I was listening to him, there is no right or wrong way to say that this is the next block. Yeah. How do you arrive at that? You should only keep a couple of things in mind. That we have learned from Bitcoin, where Bitcoin was too energy, consuming. I think that was one of the most critical concerns of Bitcoin. But then Ethereum came, and in fact, Ethereum also followed proof of work, right? But then slowly we advanced towards proof of stake. Now, proof of stake is something which is basically less energy consuming consensus mechanism, right? So the point that what I'm trying to talk about at the most basic level of any blockchain. Now, this could be Ethereum, this could be Polkadot, this could be any other blockchain, does not matter. Everybody has a different way to solve the same problem. Guys, are you with me so far?
Yes, sir.
If you are not understanding, please stop me. I know you have studied a lot of things. I'm trying to go a little deeper into some of these core concepts. Okay? Now, where I got distracted. So basically, this is something which I was talking about. How do you create a next block? And then, of course, there are technicalities. Some of you talked about hashing. Somebody talked about transaction hashing. Somebody talked about nonce. And then how do you interlink two blocks, one with the previous one and the previous one with the previous one. And then if there are disagreements, then there is a fork that happens. All those things are there, right? Yeah. I'm not getting all of that. But the basic fundamental thing remains the same, that the blockchains are, all very similar at the same time, arriving at the decision becomes different. Okay. So coming back to the point here, basically, which blockchain, is better or good? I think there is no straight answer to that. All blockchains, they're trying to solve some problems which are there in the previous versions of blockchain. Okay. Now let me spend few minutes on that. Deepak, are we doing good with time? Okay. So when Ethereum, I was talking about CryptoKitties, when CryptoKitties exploded, and everybody, all applications running on Ethereum, ultimately at the end of the day, these are what? People are doing transactions. These are just transactions, nothing else. If you look at from the blockchain perspective, these are all transactions. Okay. Now this transaction, so you have got a block space. Now block space has got data size limitation. You can accommodate as many transactions in a block, maximum. You can't go beyond that. Any questions so far from this hemisphere, left hemisphere? What happened? No response. So one of my problems is that I start asking questions basically. So then I'll be bothering you. Okay, so let me come to this side and ask some question. What is the difference between proof of work and proof of stake consensus mechanism? Who can answer that? And Deepak will give a chocolate for that. Yes. Who can take the shot, please?
And in proof of stake, a random validator is selected and they are given the opportunity to mint it. That's
very good attempt. Clap for it. See, the problem that proof of work is trying to solve, and it was trying to solve, it started with that nobody should be able to cheat the system. So, who here understands how is proof of work giving you that security? Who can answer me that question? Puneet, can you answer that question? How is proof of work giving me that security? That nobody would be able to cheat it. Sorry? Yeah, that is true. But then, if you can explain to me, how exactly does proof of work do that? It's very simple. How does proof of work work? How does proof of work work? Yes.
So
that's true, but then how does it work? Sorry? Yeah, go ahead.
So proof of work is purely based on computation, sir. So in that computation, we'll be using multiple hashes, like including the Merkle root, the version of the blockchain, and the international standard time, along with the proper nonce, which should be calculated so that we will be reaching some difficult level. So in order to reach that difficult level, we should be providing, using some computational power, so which is very high, and it takes some time to achieve that difficulty. And there is a possibility that multiple miners can get that nonce within a given amount of time.
Very good answer. Clap for him. What is your name?
Kaushik.
Sorry?
Kaushik.
Kaushik. Oh yeah, you just said Kaushik. Very good answer. See, and listen to his point, what he said. That everybody is thrown a problem, like you were asking that question to Selva earlier, that everybody has to solve some puzzle, right? What is that puzzle? Puzzle is that it's a mathematical puzzle. What does it mean? That you are said, see, when you hash things, okay, let's try to understand a little deeply here. When you hash things, you get the hash, right? The algorithm that we use in Bitcoin and other Bitcoin primarily was basically SHA-256, right? This is an encryption mechanism, okay? Now, when you encrypt something using this algorithm, then what happens? You get some outcome. What is that outcome? 256 character outcome, okay? Now, what is the challenge here? So, it is telling you that, okay, find one such hash which has the leading, first 7 or 10 or 15 bytes as leading zeros. Understand that point? See, these things, what I am telling you, I will have to do a lot of work to understand all these things. So, what I am telling you, you can understand just like this. So what is the challenge here? So you have been told always that, solve a mathematical puzzle. What is that puzzle? The puzzle is very simple, that you have to find a hash which has got so many leading zeros. Okay, how will you get that? Can you go and hash it once and you will get that number? No, it doesn't happen like that. Guys, all good so far? Deepak, I want your left side to talk more. Okay. I should straight away come. Now I'll ask some more questions there. But before that, so what you are challenged here, that if you want to be the next block creator, okay, if you want to be, because imagine all 300 of us are miners. We are all trying to create blocks. But if you want to create a block, you need to find out a hash by taking all the data that Kaushik talked about. You take the transaction hash, you take the timestamp, you take the previous block hash, this, that, and all those things, mila ke, khichdi bana ke, and then I have to get a hash which has got these leading zeros, right? How do you do that? Because all data transactions are same, right? I mean, logically. But then what do you do? Then you keep changing something which is called nonce, number ones, nonce. Okay? And then you keep doing it again and again and again and again. And once you keep trying this, then a moment comes when you exactly get that kind of hash. Right? Are you getting it? So, once you get that, and the miner who gets it the first, that person basically becomes, gets an opportunity to mine the next block. Now, what question I had asked earlier, how is proof of work securing your network? Now, for example, somebody became greedy and he went and said, okay, fine, I want to give 500 bitcoins to myself, okay, and I want to hash it, or I want to do something which really does not follow the norm. What will that person do? He will have to go and do the hashing. So for example, right now the block number is 5000, for example, okay? Then what you do, you have to go and do the hashing starting from the genesis block to that block. Means go and do it for the first block, find the hash, then second block, because you are manipulating now, right? So the hash which is there existing, that hash is not the hash for you, because you want to tamper it. Okay, and then you will start doing it. You keep doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to you have to go to 5000. But in the meantime, somebody has made the genuine hash, next block. Okay, then the block moves. So it is not possible to catch up. It is not possible to tamper. Do you get what I am saying? So this work is so voluminous. Now, even if you go and do, world's fastest computer and all that, still it is not possible. And this thing was thought so meticulously by Satoshi. Imagine, he had this thought, because when he created the Bitcoin network, that time how many nodes were there? I mean, it was just starting days, right? But he was able to put all these technologies khichdi at one place and come up with something which hasn't been broken yet. But in the whole process, what really has happened, that you have completely, ignored the energy consumption part. That is where proof of stake came. And he was very right that proof of stake said, fine, proof of stake, the basic funda is very simple. The basic funda is that you put your money at stake. And if you put your money at stake, you will not cheat. Very simple, straight funda. If you put money at stake, you will not cheat. If you cheat, I will penalize you. I will slash your money. Right? if you cheat, I'll take your money away. So you will be thinking 10 times before you cheat. That is the basic premise upon which proof of stake works. Does it make sense, guys? Okay, so coming back to the point. Because I spent so much time on this track, because I wanted you to understand the premise of different blockchains, how are they working. So Ethereum started, then CryptoKitty came, and CryptoKitties made Ethereum so busy that people were struggling. Then many blockchains came. Solana came, Avalanche came. All these guys said, okay, fine. You guys are taking so much of time in building a block, and if everybody wants to get into the block, then the transaction cost rises there, right? It's just the same thing. If imagine that you have gold everywhere lying on the road, streets everywhere, will gold be expensive? Nobody will look at gold then in that case, right? Gold is expensive because, of course, it has got its characteristics, plus it is also rare. Okay, so choose track. Do you guys understand? So what I was trying to say, that what chain you choose and how much crowd do you see on a chain. Say for example, a chain has already progressed so much. You already have everything. But at the same time, some other chain comes and they are trying to do something. So the whole ecosystem has to be built on that chain. So it is always good to think of it like this, number one. One connected point before I move on to the next slide is basically, sorry. So there will be a time when, and at least we blockchain loyalists, we think that there will be a time in which all the blockchains will be interconnected. What if somebody tells you that, look, Facebook is on one particular environment or ecosystem, and YouTube is on another one, Amazon is another one, and that's not going to work. So everything is on HTTP or HTTPS, all connected through all these underlying technology network, right? You don't care. You type Amazon, you type Facebook, you type Google, you type YouTube, you are able to reach there, correct? So a time will come in blockchain where all these different ecosystems, either they are layer 1s and layer 2s, have you guys understood that? No, I think this was something which I wanted to cover. Layer 1, layer 2s we have covered?
Yeah, in brief.
Okay. So layer 1s are all these polygons, polygons is layer 2, I'm so sorry. Ethereum, Solana, Avalanche, they are the fundamental blockchain. But then, other layer 2 chains have come. Arbitrum, Optimism, Polygon, there are many such have come. And these guys are trying to solve some problems. Okay, I think I'll not discuss that right now. That will become too long. If time permits, I'll explain to you how do these layer 2s work. Okay, so coming back to the point. So you understand the track part here, right? Go to the next slide, please. Idea introduction. Okay. Now what I want you to do for your particular idea, okay? Guys, am I making it little boring? Only one person said no, means everybody else, 299 people are saying it is boring. Yeah? Okay. So on this particular slide, what I want you to do, you describe your problem very business, in the language of business basically, right? I mean, what exactly are you trying to do? Don't get too technical here, okay? Introduce your idea here and go to the next slide, please. Now, idea is something which, which always comes from the problem, right? And I was giving some example, this example in my last session also, that I don't know anybody of you have witnessed it, but then when we were of your age and we have to go somewhere, we used to struggle. The only option was, some autos or, or if you really want to take a cab, then you have to go and, go to some travel agent, book a cab. Okay, and then you used to get that, right? Similar to that, I'm not sure you guys you are born in Swiggy and Zomato era, I'll say. In our time earlier, there was no Swiggy and Zomato. So if you are watching your World Cup or if you are watching, fantastic movies with your friends, and if you have to eat, then nowadays I don't think you struggle, right? It's just an app away. Can I say that? It's just an app away, right? But in our days, what used to happen? You have to go and walk to the restaurant and place the order and then come back and then, so your whole evening was completely disrupted, right? So these are the problem statements. Somebody thought about it. How do we kind of innovate these things, right? So here, when you are filling this sheet, this particular tab or this particular page, you have to describe why do you think what idea you are giving has an underneath problem. Do you guys understand that? Hello? Yes. Look, see, NFT marketplaces right now also. There are so many NFT marketplaces in Web3. I mean, metaverse is just location there. That's fine. I mean, see, NFT marketplaces are the places where the NFTs are sold and bought. And there are some attributes there, such as, you can go and fix the royalty part. You can do so many things there on the NFT marketplace. And you can also integrate it with some business function. For example, you can have a business function. You could have a metaverse in which metaverse is what? A virtual location, that's it. You have to have a business economics into the metaverse. And one of the things, these NFTs are basically these NFTs are, I would say, the assets which are of some use in the metaverse, right? And there only you will create an NFT marketplace where you can, if somebody, say for example, if I am an artist and I create an NFT and I want to sell it, where will I go and do? I mean, you can do that anywhere. I mean, NFT marketplaces are typical websites also, not getting into metaverse. I mean, that is fine. But what I am telling you, that the problem statement that you are writing here, that problem statement should ideally be a problem statement that should worry people. Now, will you be able to come up with that on your day one of ideation? I doubt. But you have to improvise upon that, Puneet. You have to improvise upon that. I understand that. I think we definitely, it's a good idea to build. First of all, it's a good idea to build. What I'm trying to tell you is that NFT is a technology, right? Now, the way you are linking this NFT technology to the business use case, and that linking, you should see that that's a problem we are solving. Okay. And one of the things that I would encourage all of you to do is basically, when you are coming up with ideas, you have to go and understand, first of all, what all already exists. If you go and say, okay, I will create another Ola 2, I mean, it won't fly, right? You must understand what already has been done, and then what you are doing basically is something you have to kind of improvise upon that, maybe some certain areas. Sorry? some areas have been ignored which really haven't been taken care of. All those aspects are there, right? But the point what I'm trying to make, people who have not done the PPT yet, they should realize this, that you have to explain. Has everybody got clarity on this slide, what exactly you have to put here? Tell me. Anybody still having a problem in this slide? Yes or no? No? Okay, let's go to the next slide. Yeah, no, this is a very important question. Okay, why should you use blockchain? It's just for the fancy that the whole world is using blockchain, so let us do blockchain. No, I don't think that should be the way. In fact, you should look at it, right? From the left side, can you tell me, give me 2 examples of your problem statements or the idea? I want to listen to this side. Tell me. So, what is the problem statement? What is your problem statement? Have you given problem statement? You haven't got yet. Okay. Anybody here has got the problem statement in this side? Okay. So, no problem. So, I think, yeah, so we will definitely help you, ideate, and we will spend some time. But then the point that what I am trying to say here is, why should you go for decentralization? Why blockchain? And if you are not able to convince yourself, okay, with the utility of blockchain, then you should not consider that idea. Okay. Is that clear? Hello?
Guys, raise your hand if you have a doubt right away.
Yeah, it is still morning.
Anyone has a doubt? You can raise your hand. Guys, anyone has a doubt? You can raise your hand. On the left side. Okay.
Okay, so I think why blockchain? So how would you answer that? Say for example, one thing that could be, for example, I'll give you, I was taking an example of, farm to fork traceability, if you recall when I was talking last time. So one of the logic could be that if you, say for example, whatever is happening in the crop life cycle, you want to store that. What all has happened? Can this product be called as organic product, for example? And if you really want to be sure on that, say for example, if I am the producer, I am keeping all my data into centralized database, MS SQL database, right? So imagine if I am keeping in the database, and if I have to prove that this is organic, how much time will it take for me to go and change the data? I can do that right away because I have got the database credentials, I am the admin. Okay, I will use something and I'll go and put in the database that, okay, I have used all this organic raw material. I'm just giving an example, right? So, in this particular case, the authenticity does not come. Correct? Authenticity does not come. Why? Because the data can be changed. What if you bring it in blockchain? And that's you all know very, very clearly. So I'm very happy to know the depth of blockchain you guys have. So what you are putting in the blockchain is immutable. Once you agree that this is what is the fact, that fact cannot get changed. Got it? So this could be one of the examples of, you say, why do you want blockchain? This could be one of the things which will force you to, because you don't have a choice. The moment you go for a centralized entity database, it is just in your control. You can do anything. Understand that? Do you get that? I'm not able to hear. I don't think I am so old that I can't hear you guys here. I know I am old, but they're not that much. You guys understand this, what I'm saying?
Sir. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Puneet.
So actually, I have a full-fledged idea, full-fledged project idea that I have created a Word document, but I am unable to convince you mentors and unable to explain in detail to you guys. Yeah, sir.
There is another thing that you have to learn. There is something called elevator pitch. Have you heard of the elevator pitch? So in the lift, yeah, I think somebody wants to talk there. In 2 minutes, how do you put your pitch in a way that the listener gets convinced about your story? Learn that. You're on the right path of learning.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Yeah, you were saying something there? You know the elevator pitch. Excellent. Okay, so why blockchain? So hope my example gave some clarity to you. Why do you really want to use blockchain? Why could you not do it in Web 2? Right? Go to the next slide, please, Deepak. Proposed solution. What we wanted here, that I don't want you to put the whole solution here, but I want you to give an approach. How are you solving this problem? For example, this is the problem statement, and this is my solution approach. If I do this, then this happens, right? So let's take an example. How do you define your solution approach? Can anybody say any problem statement? Anyone? Yeah, please give mic to Kaushik.
So now we are assuming that in this era, everything is IoT related, right, sir?
Mm-hmm.
So every communication is based on the device which is connected to internet.
Right.
And every device is communicating via a third party, which is a cloud or any service which is being given. So when we are depending on the cloud, we cannot assure the integrity of the data. And there can be a possibility of security concern where the attacker can modify the data. So the data is not tamper proof. So the data can be changed.
Mm-hmm.
And when the third party server is down, the whole communication stops.
Mm-hmm.
And there are many devices that are dependent on the third party cloud.
Right.
So what if we remove the third party cloud from the communication among the IoT devices? Because in the future, there will be billions of IoT devices that will be communicating. And particularly, a certain large number of IoT devices will be depending on a particular server. So if a complete server is gone in a very critical situation where the data exchange is mandatory, that becomes a problem. So what we thought is, blockchain is something which is tamper-proof and the data can be securely stored there. Regarding the security concern, blockchain can be helping the communication, and also the data will be available when by solving the problem of server which is not being down in the situation of blockchain. So that's how we
Very
thought.
true. I think Kaushik, it's a good thought. And if you really ask me right now in Web3 space, though we are calling it decentralized, in fact, I have talked on this subject in some other forums and panels. My thought is very simple. Right now, we still are depending a lot on Web2 infrastructure. Imagine a game that is a Web3 game, okay? What happens in Web3 game? You have a front end, okay? You have got certain thing, business logic, which happens. And then after that, certain things happen in the blockchain also. There are 3 layers if you think of it, right? The first layer, typically all these websites and portals, they are all hosted in basically your cloud infrastructure. So where is this independence of the third party? No, I think it's still there. There are different ways which are being done right now. There are different ways in which this thing is being attempted already, in which you don't go and host your front-end page on cloud, for example. There are other ways of, in fact, there is a company called ICP. Have you heard of that company? Internet Protocol, something like that. ICP. They do the same thing. They are decentralizing the infrastructure. And I also went through the idea and I saw somebody is talking about the decentralization of the infrastructure, right? That also is there. So all these things are there. But what I'm trying to say here, your focus on this slide should be how do you, what is your approach to solve that problem? Right? I mean, that's what you are explaining here. So you have to be little more pointed in that. Okay. I mean, it's easy to say that, okay, fine, this is the problem, IoTs are dependent on this, etc., etc. So we are, I mean, you need to go a little more deeper. So when you are describing this particular page on proposed solution, you should try to be little more concrete in that. Now, will this happen on your first attempt? No. But think over it, iterate over it. You should be able to go to a place where you say, okay, your solution makes sense to the problem that you have. Okay, and these things happen with time, with iterations and all that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So go to the next slide, please. Yeah. Now this is why is this we are trying to make you put this. Okay. Now when you are trying to solve a problem, as I was giving example, you already have Ola. You are trying to create another Ola, right? Then you can't say that I am creating another Ola, another Zomato. That won't fly. So you need to understand the competitive landscape of the space in which you are trying to build something. And when you do that, then you will also understand that there are certain things which have been done, there are certain things which are not perfect. Those things need to be improved, improvised upon, right? And it is very important for you to understand this landscape and then frame your solution and then frame your, because see, you are not building something for just few days, right? I mean, your idea should be here to come up with another massive or major project, right? So definitely you need to have these things very, very clearly spelled out. Now, while you work on this also happens that this space, like Abhishek mentioned earlier, that this space is changing very fast. And if you are working on something, don't be surprised that somebody else also is working on that parallelly. So you need to understand, you need to appreciate that, what is happening, and you need to be very active in your space in which you are working. I think I definitely want to re-emphasize on the point that what is happening in this space, you should definitely understand that, and then tweak your solutions, improvise upon it, and then continue building on this. Right? It does not mean that you go and just change your idea 180 degree. I mean, that should not be the case, but then you should definitely be mindful of that. Go to the next slide, please. Economics of a solution. I think let's spend a few minutes on this. This is a very interesting thing. Now, this is a very, very deep subject. First of all, I give a disclaimer that it's not possible for us to describe token economics in few minutes. But let me summarize it for you. So, any business paradigm or any business solution or ecosystem that we are trying to build must have a sustainable economy. Do you understand that? It must have a very, very sustainable economy. What does it mean by when I say a sustainable economy? Sustainable economy means you have your value creation. Okay? Your value creation should be sustainable, which reflects in the price of the token that you are creating out of that project. For example, Ethereum. What is the token name, currency?
Ether.
Ether? ETH? Now, why is ETH valuable? Now, the question with Bitcoin is a little different, so let us not go there. Maybe we can talk offline sometime. But let's talk about Ethereum. Why is ETH so valuable? Because ETH is creating that value. People, all the different applications which are there on Ethereum, they all are creating value. Okay. So when you are creating value, then the ETH value grows up. Now that is something, a different concept, because Ethereum is a platform But you are not creating a platform, you are creating your own application, DApp. Now this DApp should also be creating value. What does it mean, value? So somebody should be, in the crudest sense, somebody should be willing to put the actual dollar to use your product. Does it make sense? See, you can create a token XYZ, but then XYZ token will have value based on, who is willing to buy that XYZ token by paying some real dollars. Do you understand that point? Puneet, do you understand that point? It's very, very simple thing I'm talking about, that your token should be, people should be willing to put some dollars in that. Now, and it should not happen that, you create, somebody buys that, and then of course they don't see value in that. So you have to continuously keep on creating value sustainably. Okay? And then when you have got 100 rupees of money flowing into your app system, then it is your responsibility to divide that 100 rupees in the participants, all stakeholders, such that you have got a balanced ecosystem. So everybody should keep playing their role, okay, which helps in keeping the system afloat. Does it make sense so far what I have said? So your value creation is paramount. You need to create value. And when I say when you need to create value, and this could be anything. For example, if you are a game, right? What is the value there? There are two values possible, in my opinion. One, people should be able to come and enjoy your game. So your game should be good, fun. Second, they should be able to create some assets there which they could go and take it and maybe in cash, outside somewhere. For example, the game you must have heard of Axie Infinity. Have you heard of Axie Infinity? Yeah? So in many countries, people have their livelihood depending upon the Axie Infinity. They became so good that they were earning money and their life was dependent on that. That's the value creation. Now, is the sustainability a problem? Yes. Now, another thing. So, token economics has got, I think it is very difficult. Maybe when we get time, we will spend some more time on this. But for now, economics has to be sustainable. It should not happen that you leave some loophole there so that it's creating value today, okay, and tomorrow it stops creating value. I'll give another example. So, for example, if you are creating a value today, and if people become expert in the game, everybody is having the same expertise level. You are done. Okay. So, if you are not so clear on this slide right now, so you can leave this. Okay. Don't worry about it. I think it is too deep for you to. Next slide, Deep. Yeah. So, Selva, are we done with this slide? Okay. Okay. So, we have created some milestones on this, and these milestones are typically 5 or 6. I want you to take note of this. The first is basically, of course, we have talked. Guys, please focus on this. It's the important thing I'm telling you. All of you. Okay. So, what we are saying here is that you have got idea, then you have got high level solution, and then you have to go and put some low level solution design, and then you will be developing it, unit testing it, and then you will be testing, putting in the test net. For example, for Polkadot, you will put in the Kusama, and after that, there will be UAT, and then it will be mainnet deployment. These are the stages that we are looking at it, and Selva will be putting those milestones here, and in a particular format. We want you to, as per you, we want you to take a shot at the dates that you think you will be able to make it. Okay? Make sense on this slide? Clarity? Anything on this slide? Okay? Let's go to the next slide. Deepak, we are done? Yeah. So I think this is the last slide I want to talk about. that what impact are you making? Okay, now this could be, now if you think that there are some other impacts you want to do, I mean, you can do that also. But then impact on the environment, like, what you are doing, is it sustainable? Are you able to uplift the societies or people's living standard, for example, any such thing. So I mean, you should think of this. This is very, see, I think as an entrepreneur, when you are, we are doing something in the product space, you should always think of these impacts, very, very carefully. It's very important. Ultimately, at the end of the day, why are we doing all these things? We are doing all these things because you really need to leave some, positive impact on the society, correct? Imagine all the apps that I talked about, Zomato, Ola, or, Swiggy, Uber, all these. Are they leaving some impact on the society? Yes, they are. Huge impact. So if you can think of some impact that your application is going to be making in the simplest terms, guys, in the simplest terms, don't say that, don't make it complex, basically, So I think that will be interesting. That's pretty much, and then I think in this slide, I want you to summarize it. Whatever so far, that this should give your vision of the product as to what exactly you want the product to be. You could talk about, what are the challenges, how complex it is to build, okay? You could also talk about, is it feasible to make it, etc., etc. So I think I want you to summarize your thoughts. So now let me ask you, by all these things, are you in a better position to complete your PPT? Deepak?
Guys, raise your hand if you think in the last hour you have added a lot of clarity in your thought with respect to your presentation, with respect to how you have to move in the direction of your presentation. Yeah? Good. So I think we have your answer, sir.
So I think
now we are solving an issue, and suppose that issue is solved in the future, and our products is not sustainable. So we can, what if we can keep innovating and keep adding keep solving new problems in that same particular product, so it will be sustained in the future also.
absolutely. See, I think one thing you should understand, when I say sustainable, means, of course, you cannot see the future 10 years down the line.
Yeah.
So it is a very evolving space. Even if you look at economics, token economics, they keep changing depending upon the environment, depending upon the competition, depending upon your own user adoption. I'll give an example of one particular game, and they had pretty interesting idea of, so they had created one token, okay, and we will talk about it some other time, but I'll give you a snapshot right now. So these guys had created a token which was getting generated based on some action.
Yeah.
That action was game action. Okay. What they did, I'll not name the company, what they did, and people started playing game. We are all human beings and we become expert in things pretty soon, right? And people became too expert in the game, too much expert in the game. And suddenly what happened, that particular token started getting generated in, millions. Okay. So what happened, that they could never think of this situation. That, okay, if you are becoming expert in a particular game, then you will play fantastic, right? You will generate tokens. So what happened ultimately, so much of tokens got created that token got, lost its value. Now, this situation they could never think of. So how did they solve this problem? So they went ahead, and what they did, they basically created some conditions, extra conditions of generating that token. So what I'm trying to tell you, that these scenarios are evolving in nature. Okay? It cannot happen that you go and foresee everything down the line 10 years, 20 years. No, it doesn't happen like that. Yeah. But what you should be, but as a token economist, as a product owner, it is your responsibility today as to how much can you capture those possibilities and variations right now. That will determine the success of your product. Can you do everything? Very unlikely. Should you try doing 100%? Absolutely, 100%. But even if you do that today, you will have these problems and you will have to sort them out. You have to monitor your adoption, user adoption. You have to monitor several other parameters. How is the token moving up? How many tokens are being generated? How many are being burnt? There are several things there. Okay, and Punit, I think we have to consider all of that, and then you have to take corrective actions during the course as well.
So in the economics section, we can also write that token economics, about token economics in our project.
Absolutely. If you are clear, I would love to see something.
Guys, how many people know what token economics is?
A little bit.
Little bit. But have you heard this term token economics multiple times in this conversation?
Yeah.
Right? So, we will want, there are two ways to do it. We will explain you topics, but we also expect you to apply the first skill
Googling.
and the second skill of being a Web3 developer. What are they?
Googling and YouTube.
And YouTube, right? So, token economics in simple terms, just to kind of give you an example of what token economic means and what the best way to understand it is, if you build a company, people can buy your services. Let's say you're making samosas. Who likes samosas? Oh, shoot. Bad time to bring up samosas, right? Just when everybody's hungry. So let's say you are making samosas and people can buy samosas from you, right? Giving you money, correct? But let's say, if you say everybody, and let's imagine that you're making very good, tasty samosas. Now everybody wants it, right? But you say you will not take money. You will say you will take something called a token, which is a digital format, digital number, digital currency, right? You say, if you want my samosas, you first have to buy this digital token to come to me. You know what tokens are typically in the real world? What we call token when you go to a waiting list and people give you tokens. Like, you know what token is, right? But in the Web3 world, we mean token means it's a digital currency. A digital currency that you created. And you say, everybody, whoever wants to buy my samosas have to buy this token to buy my samosas. And I will not take Indian rupee to buy my samosas. So now what's my option? If I really want your samosa, and if I come to you with Indian rupee, you're going to say no samosa. Right? Now, if I go buy the token that you created, and then I come to you and I give you a token, you give me a samosa. Right? Do you get this example so far? Yes, sir. You with me and the samosas? Right? So now, I'm going to explain you what really happened. You making a samosa is you creating a utility. Okay, the samosa is a utility. Now you can replace this samosa with biryani. You can replace this samosa with dosa. Aloo bhaji, dosas. Who else is hungry? What else? Right? So I'm saying what you're making is a utility. You can change that utility with anything. It's a bucket. Right? Now I can change that samosa, dosa to, let's say, making a game. Right? Or making a payment system. Making any tool. A Xerox machine. Right? Anything, any product or service that you create is a utility. Right? Are you with me? Yes, sir. Right? Now, what you did there was you created a token. Right? Now the question is, how many tokens do I have to buy to get one samosa? Now the mathematics of that token, of how many tokens somebody needs to buy to get one samosa, one dosa, one biryani, one Xerox, one access to a game avatar, one player, one, whatever you define is called token economics. Does that make sense? Yes. It's simple. Economics means science of money, science of demand and supply. Correct? So when we are doing token economics, we are defining the math of supply and demand of your token. Why did you create the token? The reason you created this token and you are not taking Indian rupees, here's why. Now this is a very important point. Because you could have taken rupees, correct? But you decided to take a token. The reason you created token because that token is global in nature. That token is secure. That token is digital. That runs on a blockchain. Everybody can see it. It's transparent. Is Indian rupee all of that? Is it available everywhere in every country?
No.
Can everybody access it online?
No.
The other reason why you created it allows microtransactions. A token can go to 0.00000 till 18th decimal. So you can sell your samosa to 0.0000018 till 18th decimal. You can do microtransactions, right? Can Indian rupee do that?
No.
So it's a medium of value. A token is a medium of value exchange using the digital ability of cryptocurrency. And cryptocurrency is not bad or good. It's just a form of payment system which has all these next generation features. Does that make sense?
Yes. Sir, we are creating a token for our project, particular project. So token in the case, we can say it our own cryptocurrency?
That is
for
correct.
That project?
That is correct. So let me clarify what cryptocurrency means. People have this weird understanding of cryptocurrency. You know what cryptic means? What is cryptography? It's a science of security. Currency using cryptography, it was called as cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
That's really it. So when you are creating a token for your samosas, and you say this token will only work for my samosas, then your currency that you created will work for only your samosas, right? Now you can also do this. I can create a currency and say, no matter what samosas you're making, my currency will work for each of you, right?
Global.
So it can be an interoperable token or currency. So for a fundamental understanding of what you need to know about token and token currencies that you are creating for your project, it's a medium of exchange. But here's the advantage of doing it. You may ask me why we are doing it. Because globally, everybody in the world can buy your samosas. Because everybody can access your token. Does that make sense? Like you created samosas in India and you want everybody to buy it, but people don't have Indian rupees. So they will basically use a new format of, call it currency or payment system, which is very, very new tech, next generation tech, called token. Praveen? That explains at least briefly token economics? Yeah? So now I have given you some color on what token economics is, and I suggest use the power that you have and use the future tool that you have in front of you and do Google and YouTube and learn what token economics is. Now you can go as complicated or as simple for your token economics, for your payment system, for your samosas, right? You can say, you have to buy 5 tokens, break it down into 4 and then come up with the 3 and then come to me for buying a samosa. Or you can say, buy 1 token equals to 1 samosa. Right? It's simple, as complicated as you want. You can write a PhD on token economics. It's just how you want the token economics to work.
Sir,
right?
Token economics and tokenization, both are same or different?
So tokenization is, let me just say, I'll try to simplify this, right? And maybe this might give you some understanding of what tokenization means. Does anybody know what tokenization means? Okay. Now these are they are spelled similar, but they have a different meaning. Let me just clarify the meaning. Tokenization means, I'm trying to choose a simpler example. Let's say, how many people have heard of a painting Mona Lisa?
Everyone.
Yeah? How many people have actually seen Mona Lisa in real?
No one.
Geez, I'm going to tell you a story. You will laugh out so hard.
Not even Leonardo da Vinci see the Mona Lisa in real.
Okay, so I have seen Mona Lisa in real.
Imagination.
It's in a museum called Louvre. You know where Louvre is? You know where Louvre is? It's in Paris, right? So I'm going to distract you guys a little bit, but it's a fun story. So me and three of our friends from college, we went to Paris, and we were like, we have to see Mona Lisa, right? And we went to this museum called Louvre, and we start walking. And honestly, Louvre is so big that you can keep walking for 5 hours without repeating a wall. That's how big it is. Well, our goal was to check out Mona Lisa because Mona Lisa has such a big name, right? Yeah. So we start walking and we keep walking, and then this India museum goes by, Greek museum goes by, Egyptian goes by, and we keep walking. And then the German museum goes. So every country has a museum there and artifacts. And finally, after 2 hours of walking and seeing all these different artifacts, we reached to this place with this huge room, right? When there's so much hype about Mona Lisa, you think Mona Lisa would be so big and everybody would be like, you know, there was obviously people there, but your expectation of Mona Lisa has to be so big, right? So we went into this hall where there's a lot of people there, and there's a huge painting in front of them. You know, I don't know the significance of this painting of Jesus having meal with 5 people on Friday, 7 people on Friday, or 12 people on Friday. But there is a huge painting on the wall on the other side, and then everybody's like, I thought everybody was like coming to see that wall, and I was expecting that to be Mona Lisa, but that was not Mona Lisa. So I went to the other side of the room, and do you know what's the size of the Mona Lisa painting?
Approximate this.
It's not even more than, I think, 2 feet. Like 2 feet by 2 feet or something. It is so small, on a small wall, put in middle of nowhere, and you are like, why is Mona Lisa so famous? And people, you know, I still don't know why Mona Lisa is so famous, but honestly, that was the biggest disappointment I had for the amount of hype it had and how the way it was placed in the museum. So it was, you know, but the reason I bring up Mona Lisa painting is it's a very expensive painting. Today, if you want to buy Mona Lisa, you go ask for 100 million, people would give you. You know, if you want to sell Mona Lisa, right? Maybe more than that. Let's say I want to buy Mona Lisa. Let's say all of us want to buy Mona Lisa, right? None of us have, let's say, $100 million, right? But let's say all of us have $1 million, right? Let's say all of us have $1 million. But Mona Lisa is one painting, correct? Mona Lisa is?
One painting.
Can you tear Mona Lisa in 300 pieces? No, you can't, right? So this is what tokenization does. What it does, you can break Mona Lisa into 300 pixels. And you say, this pixel is this NFT owned by this person. So I can make 300 pixels, so 300 portions of Mona Lisa. And I can say, I can divide the painting graphically. And I say, I can make that part of the portion of the Mona Lisa as one of the NFTs, and I can create 300 NFTs. Can I do that?
Yes.
Can I create 300 portions of, I'm not going to tear the painting, but together we can buy Mona Lisa, putting in $1 million, right? And then we basically say we will create 300 NFTs, and all 300 will collect the $100 million to give it to the owner, and we'll say we'll buy Mona Lisa, but guess what? This Mona Lisa painting has been bought by 300 people. The way you show ownership of your portion of Mona Lisa is you having the NFT token.
Yeah.
You know what NFT stands for?
Non-fungible token.
Non-fungible token. That means it's the only one of its kind. Right? So if tomorrow somebody else wants to buy Mona Lisa, they have to buy all 300 NFTs to buy the full Mona Lisa. But if they just want to buy mine, they can buy mine, but they only get a piece of Mona Lisa. Right? So that's what tokenization means, that you can break anything down into pieces and make an NFTs of each and sell it to people, and multiple people buy who cannot afford to buy the whole of it. It's breaking a whole down into small pieces and making NFTs of it and let other people buy into it. Does that make sense? That's one of the examples. But that's the cleanest way of explaining what tokenization means. Tokenization means breaking down a whole into small pieces, basically.
How do we implement tokenization in our product?
That is a long question, cannot answer that here. It's a very singular question, so I cannot answer it here. But, sorry? Yeah.
So one thing, so what Abhishek was mentioning, it was very important point for you, all of you to consider. See, one thing, the success of this blockchain industry, the adoption, what we talk about, right? The adoption depends on how you are bringing the real world context into blockchain. And that's what I wanted to add to what Abhishek was mentioning here. It is very important for you to appreciate that now how, say for example, you have got a car has got ownership, right? You have got the ownership of the car in terms of your ownership paper, like what is issued by the car company department in India, what we give the car ownership, right? It's a registration document basically, right? So the registration document that you get, similar to that, you may have like Mona Lisa painting that we talked about. All of these things basically they will need to be represented in the virtual world in some form or the other. Even forget these things, even the dollar, a physical dollar bill, that also when it is brought into the blockchain, it is brought by tokenization only. Otherwise, like you have got so many currencies which represent the value of a dollar from the real world, but they are not truly dollar. They represent the dollars which are there present in the real world. So somebody is keeping them in the vault and issuing some tokens or cryptocurrencies which are basically your which represent the true dollar value, which is guaranteed by, for example, the US government. Right? In India, it is Indian government. Right? So these virtualization or these representation of the real world facts, they are pretty important for the whole blockchain industry.
Yeah. So we will be organizing a token economics session for you online when you get to the build phase. For now, I want you guys to focus on what's due tomorrow, right? And to bring you back to that context, how many people over here had time to get with their team and decide a topic from the list of topics that were shared with you? Did you raise your hands? Any people had chance to? Because here's what will happen. If you have not decided an idea from group C and the rest of them, then we will give you an idea as a team to work on. So if you have decided an idea, if you have not decided an idea, then we will give you an idea that you can focus on and work on from the list of ideas that we have received. Does that make sense? Yeah? So everyone here, how many people have started working with their teams to start working on the presentation? Raise your hands. Okay, so we will try to give you guys more time today to work on the presentation, but you have time till tonight to submit your presentations, as far as you guys can go. The reason being, we will select the top 6 presentations that come, and those teams will be presenting tomorrow at T-Hub. So I do recommend that if you have questions regarding the presentation now, we'd like to clarify that, but we do expect you to finish the presentations. Now, just to clarify that the build process will start the next day onwards, Wednesday onwards, where you will work with your teams, but we expect that if you guys can work on the presentation and get ideas, if you have any questions about the presentation, please ask. Any questions about what I just said about what is required for tomorrow? We'll tell you exactly when the presentations will be due tonight, but we expect that the presentations will be done by sometime midnight tonight. That gives you enough time to work on the presentation.
Sir, can you say an exact time?
So guys, just to clarify the time to submit the presentations, all of you will be midnight. But if you have completed the presentation and you want to do a trial presentation with us, share with us as you finish, feel free to do that so that we can review it while you're here and while we are here. So that gives you time till 6 p.m. to review the first draft of the presentation, and if you have to make changes, you can continue to make changes, right? So today I want you guys to focus on your idea, focus on the presentation and get it up, work on the presentation. If I was in your shoe, here's what I would do. I would break the slides into 3 parts and break the slides and give everybody to do research on what can be put. First, collect content. What do you do first? Do research and collect content for your presentations, right? Second, then you start curating the content. And third, you start designing the content for your presentation. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so that will be the steps I'll follow. I think Deepak, Praveen, I suggest let this half of the entire group start working on their presentations, right? Yeah, okay. But I want to set the expectations here, Praveen. So, guys, every one of you, we will basically, again, if you have an idea, you can choose it and start working on it. If you don't, then we will give you your team an idea and you can start working on that. Now, that will require you to first sort of do research on the idea, and we try to keep it simple so that you start getting used to the format, but we still would want you to start going through this, because guess what? You will do the same thing in Hack 2, Hack 3, Hack 4. The format is not going to change, right? And you might be able to work on with your team with your own idea in the following hackathon, which will be internship 2 for you guys. So for you to make sure that the stage 1 of learning is get an idea, go through the process, see if you can build it, and if you need help with build, then we'll also guide you how to build. Obviously, there are multiple sessions on building will happen. So you will have the learning of the building. You may not be working on your own idea at the moment, but if you have a list of choices that you want us to help you with, we will. But the idea would be to continue to go forward and keep working with your team, because if you understand the process, you can change the idea later. We don't have a problem with that, right? So I want you to make progress. And the reason I don't want to give you more education right now and versus continue the process is because you will learn faster when you're doing it. I want you to build and learn versus just learn. Correct? So my suggestion is, let's continue the process and we will continue the education, and we will in fact give you more education than the other group on ideation, on ideas, on how to choose ideas. Okay? So, Priya, have we collected the names and IDs of all the people here? Yeah? They will make separate teams. They cannot join existing teams. Yeah. So people who missed yesterday and they are not part of the team, you cannot join an existing team because the existing teams are created. You can only form a new team. If you don't have a team, you can come and see us outside at the moment. So with that, I think, Deepak, over to you. Let's give them a break.
Yeah, guys, so what we'll do is we'll take a short break. We'll take a short break and reconvene in 10 minutes. Also, another thing is that we will be sharing with you a form just to make sure that you guys select one idea, right? And then we will work on that with you during the day. And the people who do not have an idea will get more clarity on the same so that we can allocate them ideas. All right, thank you. See you guys in 10 minutes. Thank you.
So, guys, if anyone did not get registered yesterday, you can come to me now, whose name is not there in the list, who doesn't have a team. Can I actually know who doesn't have a team? Who are new today?
Hi everyone. So there are some questions repeatedly that I'm getting. One is, the competition. A lot of you guys have ideas. I suggest you Google that idea and find companies that are doing that today. And it doesn't matter because, how many shoe brands are there? How many shirt brands are there? How many, everything? How many, even if you take your glasses, there are 10 brands and 100, 1,000 brands there. How many laptop brands are there? It doesn't matter, but you learn from them. You learn how they're doing it and apply to your idea. Correct? So it doesn't matter, how you, are positioning your product or what product you choose. And I always say something, right? In my opinion, if nobody else is doing it, then you really have to question whether you want to do this or not, because maybe there is a problem with the idea. Right? So make sure you Google and you do YouTube for your ideas as much as you can, because I'm telling you, it is very easy not to Google your idea in the fear of thinking that you will find something similar. That's a wrong way to think about it. The first thing you want to do is to learn from other people's mistake. And you want to learn from other people about your ideas. Okay? Now, I believe, has everybody come back already? Okay, so guys, good news for you, people and teams that don't have idea, we have an idea for you. Okay? And we want to share that idea with everyone, and everybody will be working on one idea. All your teams. Why? Because we can help you forming that idea, and that idea will be used by an actual company. So it's a project. And all of you will be coming up with different ideas and different ways of building that. Right? So we will be sharing that, as we resume the session for you guys. But you all will be working on one idea, and the timeline for you to submit the presentation is Friday. Okay, so you have ample time so that you can still finish the idea and finish your presentation with your research on the idea by Friday. Okay? Now, in the meantime, we want you to think about, and I'm going to basically, everybody on those two sides, you can continue working on your presentations. I'm going to talk to the group here quickly to move them forward on what idea they're working on and what idea you will present presentations on and do research on. Okay? So I'm going to ask some fundamental questions about where did you get stuck in forming this idea? I mean, technically you have 1,300 ideas that were submitted by all of you guys. And then where did you guys got stuck where you couldn't come up with an idea? Was it team dynamics? Was it you guys are not from the computer science background, that's why you're worried that you don't want to take up an idea? Or where exactly did you guys got stuck? Any raise of hands? Who want to comment on where did you guys get stuck on coming up with an idea? Or selecting an idea? Where was the bottleneck? Anybody? I mean, you guys obviously had a reason not to choose an idea. Anybody wants to say what was the reason? Any comment? Why did you didn't choose the idea? You don't want to comment? Yeah, please.
So I've talked to many teams here. One of the things they think is it very simple or many people are doing it, so if we also do, we'll not get selected. These are the blocks they have. Like, for example, there is a smart voting system. Many teams are doing it. So if we also do it, am I right? So maybe we won't get selected. So I was telling them that it is about the quality of your pitch. It is not about how many other students are also doing it.
So first off, guys, let me clarify. Thank you so much for sharing the feedback, sir. So this is, let me clarify what everybody is doing. All ideas that are being worked on will be shared with everybody so that everybody knows who is working on what, so that you can choose what idea you want to work on. That's number one. And smart voting system, sure, you can work on, but there are so many good opportunities that you're overseeing. So just be mindful that you're also giving up an opportunity to work on something more innovative. Now, as far as not getting selected, I think this is the journey that you are starting to get your internships done correctly, and more importantly, to learn learn the entire process of building a Web3 application. The first hackathon may not be your most innovative idea, but if you don't learn the process of building the Web3 dApp, you will not be able to, if you're not participating even with an idea, any idea, then you will never learn to demonstrate your skills. The purpose of this hackathon or the skillathon, whatever you want to call it, is to demonstrate skills to employers, saying that you actually have the skills to do and build. Now, honestly speaking, whether you take a smart voting system or you take any other idea, the whole idea is that we want to know whether you are a Web3 developer or not, or do you have the skills, or where do you need help to build a new solution. Now, you selecting an idea, and you're right, like if 10 people are working on smart voting idea, then you want to find something unique. But at the same time, you do want to select an idea that will get you started. I don't want you to not select an idea and not work on it just because you think somebody else is working on it. I rather have you choose any idea and work on it and show us that you have the skills, because tomorrow I want to be able to show the employers that you have worked on ideas and you have demonstrated the skill set to build a product, build in Web3 technology. So that's point number one. Point number two, we will be looking at all ideas and we will be consulting everybody who are working on the same idea. So that will be obviously, not very helpful to have everybody work on just one. Now in your case, just to clarify, we can appoint you an individual idea which will become like a project for you. But honestly speaking, we rather want you to work on something you like. So there are three options, right? One is we give you an individual idea and you work on that idea saying that this is an idea that you want to research. But typically what happens is that becomes a little more less interesting for you guys. If you choose an idea and you're passionate about it, then you will actually want to solve the problem and then you'll figure out the solution by yourself. The other option that we have come up with is to define a problem that the industry wants to solve or we want to solve, and we want to give everybody the same problem, and the best solution will also be selected as a winner, right? So you can choose any of these tracks. You can choose your own solution, and honestly, there are 1,300 ideas in front of you. You can Google more to choose an idea, right? And then we will obviously help you in the build process by giving you more training in the following weeks for how to build something. But right now, we need to put you on a track of building an idea so that you can start demonstrating your skills. That's most important. Right now, we want you to learn the process of demonstrating the skills. So if you don't have that idea, then we will give you an idea which is a common idea that you all will work on. But your internship is determined on the effort you're putting in demonstration of the skills, not on your winnings. Just to clarify. You are already here, and I want you to put your skills to test and go through the process of learning and earn your internship by building on an idea, and we are about to give you that idea that you can work on, you still have an option to take your team, select an idea from a list that might be unique, that might interest you, where you might want to basically tomorrow build that into a company. Who knows? If the idea turns out to be great, you want to build that as a company. But if that is not the agenda, then we will give you the idea that we want the best solution to come out of all of you guys. And that will be same idea. It doesn't matter. I mean, I could think about smart voting system in a different way, and somebody else could think about the smart voting system in a different way. Right? If 3 people come up with the same solution, that means they probably copied from the same location. Right? And that's a bad choice, in my opinion. So let's not look at this as an exam that you have to finish. Please understand, this is in your own benefit, that you need to make the good choice to make sure that you're making a sincere effort in building something and learning something. Let me just sort of give you an overview of the skills that we are asking you to learn. We are asking you to learn the fundamentals of blockchain, the fundamentals of Web3. How many people here think they have basically understood what is blockchain? Like when you came in here and now when you go out, do you think you know what blockchain is? Is there a basic understanding of what Web3 is? You guys feel that way? So we have made progress, right? The second thing, you guys feel that you have, sort of understood how a Web3 developer works? Yes? Okay. Do you think you guys, let's just say if I give you Smart India or smart voting system idea, how many people think they can build it? Right? It's okay. I mean, doesn't matter. I mean, you can build something. Like for example, if let's say you are thinking of becoming a real estate construction developer, if you have built a small house and then you build a small building and then you build a bigger building and then you build the skyscrapers, but you cannot go the other way, right? You cannot build a skyscraper first. You have to start with something small because the fundamentals of building is the same. You lay the foundation, you have a blueprint, you lay the pillars, you build the roof, you do there are certain steps which are always the same. All it means is that you have increased the complexity of building, but the fundamental steps are always the same. Right? Like if I ask all of you to build chai, you know what chai is, right? Tea. Right? How many people here know how to build tea? How many people here know how to build tea? Come on. All of us, right? I thought I'm not talking to you guys. Am I talking to you guys? Okay, but I'm talking to everybody who wants to hear. If you know how to build tea, okay? Now, if I tell you to make masala tea, what changes? You add masala to it. But does the fundamental way of making chai changes? Okay, if I asked you to make jasmine tea, right? You add jasmine petals to it. What else changes? The chai is essentially the same way of building chai, right? Now, from our perspective, we want you to build a dApp first. We want you to create the first application of Web3 so that you learn how to build the dApp. Once you build the dApp, you become creative, no problem. But my first question is, how many people understand the process of building a dApp? Nobody, and we want you to learn that first. Learning how to build the chai is step 1 before you get creative, right? But you can always take an exciting problem, right? Let's say if I like chocolate chai, right, which is called mocha, right? And if somebody tells me to make a chai, I'll be like, no, If I say, somebody tells me build a chocolate chai, which is mocha, I'll be like, sure. Now I want to learn because I have an interesting goal in mind. Correct? So here's the choices I'll give you, and we'll do a show of hands among all of you here. These two columns. 1, you choose your idea. 2, we give you individual idea. 3, we give you one idea for all of you to work on and we choose the best idea. Right? You will get the most support in the last one because it's easy and more manageable. Now, if you are in the category 3, you get time till Friday to submit your presentations. If you choose your idea, then you have to do it till tomorrow. Right? So let me ask people one more time, show of hands, how many people want to select their own idea and go through the learning process of building a dApp or making the chai? You guys want to, who wants to choose their own idea? You want to choose your own idea? Okay, you have your teams? All right. So all of you guys who are choosing your own idea and building the presentation, you have time till tonight, like everybody else, to work on your presentations with your team. Okay, now second, who wants us to appoint an idea? Raise your hands. Who want us to appoint an idea to you guys so that you can work on that idea? Wait, did I cover everybody the last time I asked the question? Who want everybody to choose, who wants to choose their own idea? Raise your hands. Okay. All of you? So what about the other people? So you want to choose your own idea. How many people want us to give them ideas? Raise your hands. Okay, now be honest because we will help you, is my point. My point is you should be comfortable working with the idea that you have, and we will help you obviously in the idea. If we appoint it, then okay, so you raise your hand. Oh, that has some benefits to it. So if you guys have an idea, then you guys need to start working on the presentation, number 1. Then we won't give the idea, but if you want an idea, then we have an idea we want you to work on. Choose. So first off, if you have an idea, your timeline is same as everybody else. If you don't have an idea, then the timeline is Friday. But the whole goal, and I'm going to reply to Sir's point here, is for you in this hackathon is to learn how to build a dApp in Web3. Once you learn how to make chai, you start experimenting with your own ideas if you don't have an idea. People who are already creative, they already sort of know how to build the dApp, or at least they're daring, right? Now you have to decide. But my fundamental goal in this hackathon is to take you 0 to 1. That means at the end of this exercise, you will be like, oh, I know how to build chai. dApp. Right? Does that make sense? So this is an education agenda. Once you get through this first stage of education, you will next time around, and remember we have 20 hackathons. You have 20 internships. You need 4 internships to become qualified to get a job. How many? 4. The faster you do it, the sooner you get qualified to get the job. So that said, everybody now, is there anybody in these 2 columns who want us to give an idea? If you have an idea, then I want you to shoot forward. And honestly, like I said, learn. The way to learn about your idea is doing research. about looking at other companies and looking at how they're doing it. This process is called benchmarking. When you do benchmarking, you learn from other people of what other people are doing, and what other people are doing is working. For example, let's go back to the samosas, right? I want to make samosas, I will copy the best person in town, at least to make samosas as good as him or her, before I add my own experiment to it, right? So I want to make sure you guys do benchmarking to make sure your product is as good as what's out there before you create your own, or if you're creating your own, you make sure your quality of the product and the service of the product is similar to others. Because people who are buying samosas from there will not buy my samosas if it's not good enough or better than that, right? Okay, so we did all this hard work to come up with the idea for you guys. Does anybody need an idea, or you got it? 2 teams, 3 teams, 3 teams. Anybody else? All right, all the 3 teams come forward, and we will basically discuss that with you. But other than that, everybody else, 4 come forward. Near the dais, okay? All right, everybody else, I expect you to submit your applications and submissions by tonight. The presentation, if you have any questions on the presentations, please discuss with us. Other than that, the 4 teams, please come forward and see us. Now I'll tell you what the 4 teams have an opportunity. So the 4 teams can join me front here. You know why these people who are coming forward? Okay. How many people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3 teams. How many teams do we have? How many teams? Okay, Praveen, so this is the teams for the DAO. So how many teams? Can you stand by your teams so I can tell how many teams do we have? Stand with your teams. All right, everybody else, you guys are supposed to work on your presentations, work on the idea, select the idea, and start working on your presentations. Okay, everybody else, by team, please. By team. Okay, so you have one more person? He's coming? Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams. Okay, I'm going to switch off the mic for this one.
All right, everyone, quickly. So there was a link which was shared yesterday. It had all the team names and the details. We have added 2 more fields. One is the team name and 2 is the file upload. About wherever you will actually have to go and upload the idea and the PPT. So we have 3 file formats. One we have PPT, PPTX and PDF. You can upload any of these documents and one document is only allowed and the maximum size is I think some 1 GB of file. So anyways, so you can use the same submission. When you go to the same link, you can say, if you have already submitted, say edit your response, go in and at the very bottom you will have the team name and the file to upload. So whenever you guys are ready and whenever we have finalized idea, the document, the presentation, the design, do not spend too much time on the design. You can add slides, you can do basic stuff on the design part, but focus more on the content, focus more on the value creation. So that being said, I think use the same document, edit your response, submit the team name, use the same email that you used, do not submit duplicate entries. We have very limited time and we need to review a lot of applications for tomorrow. Any questions on this idea submission format? Okay, I'm assuming no. If you have any questions, please reach out to us offline.
Guys, in the idea list channel, I have marked the form where you need to submit your presentations. So that additional attachment section has been created in that particular form. You want to attach your file in that particular attachment section. All right, any confusion? The PPTs that you're working on will be attached in the form that I have marked in idea list channel of the Discord server.
Just checking in, everyone. How is everything going? Yeah? Coming up with an idea was easy, but describing the idea is hard, right? Now you know where Google comes handy? Why Google is the #1 friend? That is correct. Now let me ask you, who here is struggling with the idea? Like all of us are struggling, let's be fair. Who here needs a new idea? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Are there 3 people? Oh, 4, 5. Well, I have not said anything. I'm looking for volunteers. I'm looking for volunteers. So, all right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you all needed new ideas? Who needed new ideas here? You stand up with your team. Where's your team? Okay, who needed new ideas? You guys needed a new idea? You guys need a new idea or no? Who raised the hand here? You? You guys need a new idea or no? No. You guys need a new idea. Who else need a new idea? I thought I saw multiple hands. Volunteers for new idea. I have one team. Volunteers for new idea. I thought I saw multiple hands. Think about it. Oh, why did hands go down with the idea of volunteering? Are you sure nobody else? Okay, I'm counting, it's a limited offer. Stand up with your team. Stand up with your team. Stand up with your team. Raise hand, right? Oh, this is for new idea. Not volunteer, new idea. New idea. If you have an idea, you're working on it, I don't want to change you. If you have if you don't have, you're struggling with this idea and you want a new idea, then you can get up. Volunteers for new idea. Okay. I'm saying volunteers for new idea means people who don't have an idea and they're looking for idea, and this is also volunteering because I'm about to give an idea. Right? Participants for new idea. Okay, I'm going to use participants for new idea. Okay, so 3 more. So I need the last 3. Last 3. Last 3? All right, come on forward. Come here. Come on forward. All right. Stay here. stay here. Let me just tell everybody. Hey everyone. So, we talked about the ideas. These guys, are you all okay with working on the idea? Yes, sir. You guys are okay with working on the idea? Yes, sir. Do you want to know what idea is that? Yes, sir. Do you want to know what idea was that they're working on? Yes, sir. Okay, so I'm going to start with that idea. So that idea is they're working on a DAO for a community grants, a community DAO for grant management for developers. What that means is that what product they will build, we will use at IBC to give grants to developers in the future. So that's one project. I think there are a team of 8 teams working on it, right? And so that was one project. You want to know what this project is? Yes. Everybody wants to know what this project is? Yes. So I called, I was inviting people, I called a friend of mine who is a movie star. And he is releasing his first movie, and he wants to tokenize his movie. And he doesn't know how to tokenize his movie. So I asked him, does he need help? He said, yes. I said, oh, so, but for that, you need to come and talk about the movie. He's like, yes. So he said he's going to come tomorrow to T-Hub. And these 3 teams will be working on tokenizing that movie. So I know a lot of happy and sad faces. I totally see that, but next time I ask you to volunteer, I think it's worth it. So, because honestly, I didn't, first off, I didn't plan this. This was completely coincidental, number one. Number two, I think it's always important to take a leadership responsibility, even if it means that you don't know where it's going to go. You don't have to know where it's going to go, but yeah. So, and this is what I'll continue to do. I will invite all the industry people, all the companies that we know, ask them if they need teams and projects, and we will come back to you and say, would you want to work on it, right? So this is not the end of it, this is the beginning of it, but I think it'll be very exciting, and we will start, and just so you know, if that happens, that would be the first move in India. So it's a very interesting exploration, but I promise you there will be many more to come, and I want you to participate and take these interesting projects and see where they go. So with that, thank you everyone. So you know now what your new project is? So I can expect the presentations soon? Okay, cool. So see you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
नेट ही नहीं है।
Okay, sir. File I sent.
Yeah, okay.
I just want to check that file.
Yeah, 1 second. तो उसमें ये ऐसे आ रहा है।
Let me just see. Stage 1 ideation. Stage 1 build. Education. यहाँ build 1 education लिख दो, build 1 build लिख दो. Actually. Education and building.
Build 1 is education, 2 is building.
Yes. Build 1 is education. Or online education. Spelling भी करते हैं. हाँ, ये डिस्कस स्टार्ट किया है वो.
इसमें भी ऑनलाइन डालना है।
आप नहीं इसको बिल्ड 2 में ऑनलाइन मत डालो. ठीक है. बिल्ड बोल के लिख दो. डेवलपमेंट और बिल्ड.
इसमें डू?
या
ओके, 1 सेकेंड।
आपका टाइमलाइन चार्ट आ गया सर इसमें. कहाँ है?
ये नीचे।
नीचे प्रोजेक्ट माइलस्टोन्स
स्टार्ट डेट एंड डेट.
और उसका एक्सेल है, एक्सेल शीट है, वो शेयर कर
देंगे. ठीक. बोलूँ मैं?
I have to duplicate it in their student cover. आप बोलते रहो तब तक मैं उसको
पहले ये दिखा तो देता हूँ ना.
हाँ भाई,
प्रेजेंट कर
आप
देते
ये दिखा दो तब तक.
वो मैं एक्सेल शीट तुमको भेज दूँ.
Somebody has to put it up.
Yeah, I'm putting it.
Hi everyone. We are at the tail end of the 8 days. Did it feel like 8 days? You want to go back to the college? Missing the college? Is this a better college? Yeah. So, like I said, I think this is just the beginning of this journey. You will see us again and again whenever you want to see us, obviously. And some of us, will meet again tomorrow. But I want to sort of give you the orientation of where you will be going from here till the end of the month, end of the year, not just month. And what is the roadmap from here, right? And people who are building now or will be building now, and then people will be building again. Like I said, we have planned 20 internships for you. All right? So I want you to get as many internships as possible, because as you progress, whether you have a project or not, whether you have a job or not, you will have opportunity to win prizes, win grants, get jobs through this channel. And we are also setting up systems where, we will be continuously communicating with you, for you, to the employers, so that they're always looking out for people like you who are obviously overachievers, motivated, and looking forward to build a great career. Now, I want to sort of give you a quick overview of where we are, right? So we are at the stage 1, end of stage 1. Can you believe it? It was just the phase 1 of it, where you come up with a basic understanding of what Web3 is, what blockchain is, and then you do ideation, and then you come up with an idea which may or may not be your best idea. By the way, just so you know, I did 2 startups, but I came up with 100 ideas before I did my first startup, before I raised any money, right? So, but the fact is that every time you come up with an idea and you do the work you're doing right now, it gives you the idea of the process of how to come up with a better idea next time. And when you have a better idea and you're alone in your, hostel or home or room or library, you know exactly what to do. What you're preparing now is what exactly you will do. You will put a presentation together to make sure you thoroughly evaluate an idea, right? So from here, you have 2 stages of build. One stage is education, online education. There will be, multiple sessions that you will have to attend to understand how to build. How many people want to attend those sessions, or they already know how to build? How many people want to attend online session to know how to build? Exactly. Because if I would have put all those sessions here, this would be another 9 days. Right? So we will be organizing it at a time when it's convenient for most of us. Right? And I want you to attend those because that will be your teamwork. And I want you to look at each other and say, yes, we will attend it and we will do it together because you are accountable to your team members. You remember what I told you the R and R stands for in the value system? Respect and responsibility. Till you're alone and till you drive. When you're alone in the car, you can drive any way you like. But when you have 2 babies in the car, do you drive the way you like? No, because you're being responsible. So please be responsible because you have 2 other people who depend on you now. Right? So we will conclude the education and then you'll start building, and then you know what will happen? When you start building, you know what the first thing will happen? You will get stuck. Right? And that is bound to happen. And that will happen, so be prepared. But then what do? You use the 5 tools I gave you. The first one is? The second one is? The third one is? The fourth one is? GitHub, and the last one is debugging. Oh, debugging and sharing. So my point to you is, guys, these 5 things have been told to you because these are the 5 things you will use when you get stuck. And if you cannot find an answer even after that, then we have a tool for you in our Discord channel called Build with Trainer, and you can post your question there. But please make sure you do these 5 things before you actually ask that question, because I'm going to record how many people have not even Googled. So, are we clear? How we go when you get stuck, what do you need to do? Right? So then you will continue to build till December 31st. In December 31st, you will make your final submissions of your project. Right? When you make this final submission of your project, we will review your projects, and then you will be selected for the demo days. Okay? And then we have the price allocation for this hackathon. Right? And then at the price allocation, now there is, you see there are 2 things. One is price allocation and one price distribution. Price allocation means you must have won the hackathon based on the product and the idea and the submission so far. But for you to get the prize, you have to complete the checklist that is required for the proof of concept. And this checklist is set by Polkadot. This checklist is set by Robonomics. This checklist is by the people. Now, we will do our best to give you that checklist up front. Right? Now, you will have 6 months to finish that checklist. You know, that could include things like margins and, you know, yada, 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 whatever development standards they have. Right? You meet those development standards and you basically submit, you make your final submission and the prizes will be released to you. Now you may ask, how do I trust you? Right? Like, Avi, we make the submission, we do all of this work and allocation is done. We say, guys, we use blockchain. We put your prizes in a smart contract and you can release them when you submit your final submissions. You don't have to trust us. You have to trust what you have been told to trust, which is blockchain. Right? So it's a trustless system, and we will basically make sure that once something is committed to you and you deliver your part, you will be given your gifts, prizes as promised. So that is the plan for you guys here on going forward. Any questions? So if I stop you outside and say, what are you going to do next? Are you clear? Right? Are you guys clear? Okay. So with that said, I'm going to give the mic over to our trainer, Silva sir, and he'll give you a little bit of introduction to the milestones that we need to cover.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The girls over there who are standing with the back facing me, can you please take your seats and listen to what I have to say? Thank you, ladies. Okay, so this is the overall timeline. Anyway, this presentation is going to be shared with you, so you can always go back to it. Okay. So the next thing is setting up your project milestones, which means that you have a plan, okay, a consistent plan to implement stuff and then get things over. Otherwise, which means that basically this is a plan as to how you need to approach and also finish the product. Because most of the times what happens if you don't have a plan, okay, you'll start with the project and literally, you know, it will die out after a couple of days. That's it, finished. And you will forget about it. Okay? So always refer to that plan. So that's what our project milestones is all about. Now I'm actually showing you as PowerPoint slides, so it's all broken down into slides. However, you'll be given this template in an Excel sheet format, which is the complete template. You'll have to fill in all the details and share it. Okay? Right. So the first thing in your milestones template would be your team name. I believe all of you have decided upon some, you know, a rocky theme name, right? Am I right? I heard very few yeses. Thank you. Right. So you need to have a cool team name, okay, to go ahead with your project. You need to have your project title and the members. So you have 3 members in every team, so you need to put that up, okay? So you need to fill that up in the Excel sheet. Next part is what you need to really understand, okay? So these are all the different stages within your milestone. The first thing you need to do is an HLD, so which is the high level design. You need to provide for every milestone. You need to provide a start and ending date and also the duration. You can decide it on your own, okay? You're free to do that based upon how complex your system is going to be. Okay, you make that decision and then, respect that. Okay, it's the first R. Okay, right. So the high level design should explain the entire architecture in format of a block. And remember one thing, okay, there are actually 2 deliverables as part of the milestones, which are actually dynamic in nature. One is a simple PowerPoint presentation wherein you mention these, milestones for presentation in front of someone. The other is you create a document wherein you detail the list of steps and stuff like that, which need not be mentioned in the presentation. So the milestone document contains all the details that you have thought about. Now again, it's not rigid, okay? So as you go along, there will be some changes in your, say, timelines or anything of that sort, okay? Sometimes you may reduce the timeline, sometimes you may increase the timeline, so that both this, the presentation and the document are actually dynamic in nature. But they get frozen when you reach the end of the project, okay? Right. So your high level definition, okay, design should show something like a block diagram. What are the main components in there, okay? What are their responsibilities and stuff like that? And it should show the major components that you are utilizing as part of your system. Is that clear? It's a simple bird's overview of your entire system. That's it. Nothing beyond that. The next stage comes is the low level design, wherein you drill down into that previous high level design and you make it at a very fine grained level. Once this is decided upon, then you can go ahead. Again, remember, see, if you see there, your LLD should have logical level design for front end and the back end. So in the front end, what do you mention? So what is the entire UI architecture? Okay. Then what is the page flow? What are the pages you are going to design? This again, you are basically deciding upon that upfront, which means that they can always change during the development, and then you update this. Okay. So it's not rigid, but again, these are guidelines for you to follow along. So you provide the UI architecture, the page flow, what front-end framework are using, and why you decided upon that. And when it comes to why, you don't have to be very technical. You can just say, I know this CSS framework, so I'm going to use it. It's as simple as that. Even that is also a plausible answer and an acceptable one at that. Because you see, there are so many different frameworks, okay, CSS frameworks. You have Bootstrap, you have Foundation, you have Tailwind, okay, Semantic UI, and the list goes on and on and on. Okay? So you can select one, or first you research these various websites and see which you find suitable, and then you can start out. Then followed by the front-end framework that you're going to use, whether it's going to be Angular or React or Vue.js or any other thing. So I've just listed out the top 3 front-end frameworks in there. So you can decide upon which one to use, okay? And why you're using it. Now regarding the back-end, okay, because primarily it is the back-end on which you need to emphasize more. And in fact, for the first demo day, when you reach the demo day, you don't even have to use any of these front-end frameworks or CSS frameworks. Believe me. A simple HTML file with proper JavaScript and a small amount of CSS would do. Because what you're trying to show is the way your application is going to work and how you actually envisage it. But if you already know a front-end framework, that's all the more better. Okay. Now, when it comes to backend, you have to provide all the details. How many smart contracts, what they are, what they do. Then at the contract level, what are the various functions you're going to write, what input it takes, what is the result, okay, what is the return value from those functions, what those functions are doing. Once you have decided that, so that it makes your development lifecycle easy. So once you sit down, you already have some boilerplate ready for you. And then you just fill in the code inside. So that's what low-level design is all about. Okay. Followed by that, the next milestone is obviously the development. So you have front-end development and the back-end development. That is the smart contract part of it. Okay. And remember, it has to go parallelly. Otherwise, if you want to do this, say smart contracts and then followed by the UI, no. So you have 3 members. So one person can take up the back end and one person can take up the front end, because you need to do that in parallel. So which means that both of you need to be in sync, because ultimately you are going to use some sort of an API. Okay, so the front end guy should know what API to call in the smart contract, and the smart contract developer should know, okay, how it is going to be the data, what data the front end actually needs. So this has to go in parallel. both these guys need to be in sync all the time. Okay? Followed by development. Once you've finished the development, the next stage obviously is testing. So when it comes to web application testing, so you will have to do all the UI testing, whether the text boxes are in the right place, if I give certain input, I should get this sort of output, and all those things. So you have to write all the test cases and run them, ensure all the test cases pass. Importantly, you need to understand, guys, please listen to me. This is for your own benefit. Now, you might have somehow, mugged up or crammed the software engineering examination and passed out, because I know it's very boring, right? This is the real implementation of it. What you're seeing are the various steps in SDLC. But this SDLC has been fine-tuned for a product development. Okay? So this is where you are going to implement, and I'm telling you, believe me, when you follow this process, you would understand the importance of software engineering in the first place, which you would have not understood while studying it as a subject. Okay? This is where the real application, because now you are utilizing those concepts, on a product that you are developing. It will give you great insight into the whole subject matter of the analysis and design, followed by the software engineering aspects of and the SDLC. Okay, so in the front end, you have to use UI testing. For the back end, you need unit testing, and for the back end smart contract testing, most of the frameworks actually provide. If you're using hard hat, it provides you with boilerplate code. You can utilize that. Okay, and then so whatever framework you use to develop, it has testing also built in. Okay, so check with the testing features how you can test the smart contract. Essentially, what you're trying to do, you are calling a function, passing in some parameters, and you expect certain output. So that output, whether the smart contract is able to give you or not, or when I give certain wrong input, the smart contract should raise an exception, and you catch that exception. So you need to test all the edge cases and everything. Now remember, usually at your stage, we don't write many test cases, right? But the truth is, test cases need to be as exhaustive as possible, so that you rule out anything going wrong. Remember, suppose for instance, I write a simple program and give it to the customer. Hey, just put some number and you'll get the square root of it. But I did not test. It doesn't work for negative numbers. Imagine what will happen, right? So you don't want customers to face that. That is the importance of testing. So this is called as an edge case. That is when you input a number to a square root and give a negative number. So likewise, so you have to think about these edge cases and write test so that the test should cover. And also, you need to have more than 95% code coverage. Okay? It should be able to test more than 95% of your source lines. Once this is done, then you go in for the deployment. So you deploy your front end on a web server, and also what you do is you deploy your smart contracts on the testnet. You start with the testnet. Once the deployment has happened, the next stage, what do you think should be the next stage? The integration testing. Now is your full-fledged DApp. You have a UI, you have the backend, you need to test whether all things are going on all right or not. So the communication between them is working properly or not. Okay? So that's called as integration testing. So basically you have created two parts of your application. One is the UI, the other is the backend. Now when you put them all together, because actually the development has taken place for the UI as well as the backend, but they have been developed in isolation, and the testing also has been done in isolation. That's the importance of integration tests. Because believe me, integration tests are so crucial, because integrated app is what you're going to hand it out to the clients or going to deploy in production. And usually all hell breaks loose when you do the integration. Okay? So you'll run into scenarios which you might not have even imagined. So you need to write proper test cases to test it out. Once that is done, integration test is done, then you use the user acceptance test. You actually ask some people to test the application, okay, some from the user base, and then once they accept it, finally you go into production, so you do the final deployment on the mainnet. Any questions here? Any questions, please? Thank you. But no thanks. I was expecting questions. Okay, so this is this anyway PPT will be shared, and also the entire template in Excel sheet is provided to you, and you need to fill in those details and submit it. Now again, remember, this is not written in stone, okay? So it is dynamic according as you go on. If there are changes, you can always make those changes, okay? So what you can do is you can take this, copy it, and create a new Google Sheet, and then you can provide a link, okay? So that it can always be referred to. High level design means, say for instance, contracts are there, right? So for the backend, you basically have, in terms of the components, you have your blockchain, you have your smart contracts. The smart contract is broken down into these many smart contracts, their basic functionality, and that's it. Not much of it. That's it. So essentially, or in addition, what you can do is you can also use arrows and things, stuff like that, so that show the data communication. Yeah, high level will include the entire application's components. The entire application. You're not separating this. You're saying that, okay, my entire application is going to have these components, and this is how the data flow is going to be. That's it. Okay? Not much details. Which one? Yeah, that is all you need to do is fill this up. That you have to decide. Okay? That no, I cannot enforce it on you, because you may take, say, you think you are going to take two days for high level design, you will put it accordingly. Someone thinks that, oh, it is 3 days, so they will put it accordingly. So this cannot be enforced. Because you see, if it is a simpler project, the duration will be smaller. For complex architecture, the duration will be more, right? So therefore, there is no thumb rule that says that, okay, this should be the duration. Obviously. No, at pitch time, you don't have to worry about it. This is for your utilization. So that you always keep in mind, hey, I'm actually, whether I have reached that milestone by this date or not. Otherwise, things will never end up. Okay? You'll be stuck in certain step, and then you never come out of it and go to the next step. Okay? So you need to have, so basically these timelines are nothing but deadlines. We have to finish it by this, and then go to the next stage. Finish it by this, go to the next stage, and so on. So generally what we do is, as students, okay, so since probably you might not have developed a product, but when you develop a product, you have to use these milestones. Because what we think as developers is, hey, you know what, okay, I know what I have to do, I'll start coding immediately. Product development never starts with coding. Okay, the initial stage is all this documentation. And, whether we like it or not, developers don't like to document. They don't like documentation. But then you have to do it as part of a process. Is that clear? Yeah. Okay, you do one thing. There are a lot of resources about high-level design and low-level design. You just go through it. It will give you clarity. And also, you can use your software engineering book. It will be there. What is high-level design? What is low-level design? Okay. At least now you can open, if you have the book still with you. Okay. Any other question, please? So I hope that is clear to you, right? So in almost every dApp, there will be two components essentially, the back end and the front end. Any dApp for that matter. Now inside that front end, you will put up, like say, this is my web server, this is my front end application. It's got a couple of pages. It talks to this thing. That's it. It's a very simple, high-level design is very simple to make. It's the low-level design which is actually complicated. Because a lot of thought process has to go into it. So in fact, high-level design, you can even build it in just 1 hour. But the low-level design will take a couple of days. You have to brainstorm how many contracts, what functions I need to have. Every function, what input it takes, what output it generates, all those things. So this takes time. Any other query, please? Okay, so I'm assuming that you have no doubts. In case if you still have doubts, I'm still available there. Okay, you can come and clarify your doubts. Okay? Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you. All right, guys, we are tail end. So just to kind of give you some updates on what will happen between today and tomorrow, and what will follow. I'm sure you're curious about your certificates, about your participation, and also I do have a surprise for all of you. So with that said, let me start from between today and tomorrow first. Basically, T-Hub. How many people know what T-Hub is in Hyderabad? People know T-Hub? Yeah. So we have a small ceremony tomorrow just to mark the end of the first phase of you guys for education. The only challenge we have there is that we don't have this elaborate sitting. We only have, a sitting space of 180 people, right? So that limits us to the number of people we can invite to T-Hub, but we have to decide how to do it. So I wanted to share you how we plan to do it so that you know. So we will be basically selecting the top 10 teams with ideas that we shortlist from that list that you have filled out. And those top 10 teams will be announced later tonight for you to know that you are coming. All the 3 members of the team. And then we will have another 40 teams that will be selected to come to T-Hub on a raffle basis. So we will do a random raffle and we will select the top 50 teams or the other teams that will be coming to T-Hub for the event tomorrow. We will let you know by tonight. So a total of 150 people will be invited as part of the process. So if your team is not selected, then you should hear from us the following day for your certificates. All your certificates, the participation certificate, the education certificate, which is the fundamentals of blockchain and Web3, will also be given to, will be distributed through your SPOCs and the RMs, who will directly get your certificates to you for that. Your internship certificate. So as part of this program, you're getting 3 certificates. Participation, if you have attended at least 2 days of the program. Education, if you have attended at least 5 days of the program. And internship, if you have made the full submission. This is clear? Yeah? So we will have your certificates sent to you directly through your RMs and SPOCs from the schools. And you will receive an email notification when your certificate is ready and is handed over to everybody on your Spock side, right? So just FYI, we will be letting you know about your certificates through the email communication. Now, so I spoke about today and tomorrow, I spoke about the certificates. Anybody has any questions on the certificates? Okay, so now comes, we do have some winners. You must be wondering, okay, we had 150, what about the 30? Because I told the gap is 30. So we do have some winners from the social media posts. Remember, we said people who will post, people who would join us in inviting the most impactful leader here, for inviting people to our group to share information, and also the most creative leader who is posting, who is creating the most innovative social media post. So we will be sending you those invitations as well, so everything will add up to the right number that we are looking for. Now, as far as any questions before I move on to the surprise? Right, Deepak, can I move to the surprise now? Okay, so first off, let me ask, how many people created a social bite and posted something on social media? Raise your hands. How many people created a social media post? Wow. Okay, how many people did not do it? Wow, so you didn't get to the third skill of a Web3 developer. Do you want me to tell you what you just missed? Because there is always a surprise for social media. People who participated, obviously they did more work than you did. So here's what we will do. I can give you a living chance. Who wants a living chance to not miss the surprise? Who wants a living chance, last chance, not miss the surprise? Like all of us, okay. So here's what I'm going to do. Deepak, can we display our QR code here, which has all the social media channels? Okay, so I'm going to display a QR code and I'm going to give you 10 minutes. I'm going to give you 10 minutes. You are going to tag every channel. You're going to subscribe for every channel of IBC Media because we want to make sure that we don't lose you. Number two, you will make a post, and I want you to know that people who have already made a social post, they can do tagging to the people I'm going to tell you need to tag. We need to thank the sponsors who have made this thing possible for all of us, right? Let's show some gratitude, let's show some love to the people who made all of this possible, right? So we will give you the hashtags of all the sponsors that you need to tag and thank them for their contribution. So, Deepak, can we put all the at symbols that they need to tag on Twitter? Alright, so we will use hashtag for our partners and sponsors, guys. This is the living chance, reviving. Okay, so let's do this. First off, Deepak, do you want to show this, like how this thing works?
Yeah, so guys, you all can just...
Yeah.
Yeah, so you all just can scan it, or most of you are already aware of our website. If you don't want to scan it, you can simply go to ibc.media. You have your platform over there. It's very simple. We have said it, I think, dozens of times already. If you are not aware, person next to you, please help out so that you don't miss the surprise.
Okay, so you're going to scan this, open the link, and then you will see all the channels. What all channels do we have, Deepak? Do you have another mic? Wait, take that. What channels do we have?
So we are everywhere. So whichever they choose.
I want them to do all of them.
Yeah, so great. So we have Twitter, we have Facebook, we have Instagram, we have Discord, we have YouTube. That's the primary ones that you should be focusing upon. Obviously Instagram. So I think that should do the most.
Okay, so Twitter, Discord, Facebook, Instagram. I want you, whichever platform you are, I want you to tag multiple.
And of course, LinkedIn. Yeah, that's your place to network.
All right, anybody facing any difficulty here? Why don't you have your smartphone? Oh, you never bought a smartphone. You have no idea what you're missing. You know, we have 190 girls and 100 boys here. By the way, give a round of applause to all the women in the room. I would like to point out that we, as you can already tell, everybody wants a classroom like this. Ask all the boys. Everybody wants a classroom like this. We promote diversity. We want to encourage, everybody to get the equal fighting chance. And all girls here in the room, all women in the room, please understand that this is not by a chance. This was done very deliberately to give you the opportunity to make the best of the opportunity there is. So congratulations, thank you so much for being here with us. And we really, again, love you all, and we want to make sure that you guys are doing excellent in the careers. So, no, this is another reason why all the boys will always come back to IBC programs. But that said, again, this is not a coincidence. This is only from a perspective of promoting women power. Yeah? So again, congratulations. I'm still counting minutes. There are only a few minutes left for you to finish your last reviving chance of getting the surprise. You can use your laptop. Go on the ibc.media. Yo, how are you doing? So in your Discord channel, we post some hashtags. I want you to show some love to all the sponsors who have made this possible. Please go to your Discord channel. You have the hashtags and I want you to post. Whatever social media you have posted, please add these hashtags to that channel. And please write a thank you note because this would have not been possible without these people. Please make sure you've done that because I'm going to check it before I give the surprise.
Guys, you'll find the hashtags in the social media tracking channel, okay? So go to the social media tracking channel, you'll find all the hashtags over there. The surprise, you'll get the surprise only after this task is complete. So please do that.
All right, ready? Okay. Okay, take your 5. Well, here's what we'll do. You have your 5 minutes, but I'm going to start the program. Anyway, all right, do we have the volunteers at the back ready? Ready? Volunteers at the back ready? Okay, so people who have submitted the social media post on all the channels, raise your hands. All channels, please stand up. Please stand up. All the channels, please stand up. I thought people raised hands. Why are people not? Okay, I see one. Where else? Who else? I want people who posted on all channels, please stand up. Have you posted on all channels? How many channels do we have? 8? I'll come to that. So, what's your name? Aarti. You posted on 8 channels? Okay. And Instagram? Okay. Did you add the hashtags? Okay, a big round of applause for Aarti, please. Aarti, you will have a t-shirt from our team for IBC Hackfest. Navya. Everyone, if we plan to give t-shirts to the most active, audience here who has learned how to operate social media and believe in having impact and being thankful. So please make sure if you get your t-shirts and if you have a size change that you want to do for the t-shirt, you can always go back and do a size change. But for now, let's move on. Who has done the hashtags and 3 more channels? Hashtags with 3 channels or more. Hashtags with 3 channels or more. Please stand up. Please stand up, all of you. Please stand up. Please stand up. Anybody else? Hashtag with 3+ channels. Everybody, t-shirts T-shirts for all the people here, please. T-shirts for all the people here, please. So keep standing up if you haven't received your T-shirt. 3+ channels plus hashtags. Three channels plus hashtags? Yes, okay. Deepak T-shirts, Navya Priya. Okay, by the way, hashtags are compulsory for you to qualify. So, just make sure that you've done the hashtags. All right, guys, quickly, please do. All right, so next one, hashtags with 2 channels at least. Hashtags with 2 channels at least. All right, please stand up. Hashtags with 2 channels at least, please stand up. Whoa, 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 I said stand up, no shouting. Hashtags with 2 channels. Hashtag with 2 channels, please.
चेक भी करना है थोड़ा टाइम लग जाएगा ठीक है मतलब सही है absolutely no it's fine 200-300 लोग hashtags कर and anyway we have to do बस
Guys, once you receive your t-shirt, please sit down. If you have received your t-shirt, please sit down, take a seat.
Guys, you have to use the hashtag. I'm seeing people just posting photos. That won't be considered when we are reviewing it. Make sure the Discord channel, the hashtags that the Discord channel has, you use all of it. Just copy paste the hashtags. That's all.
Can I call the volunteers to come forward? Where are my volunteers? Kareem, Puneet? All the 4 volunteers? Okay. Huh?
The link of the file.
Editor. So send me this information, please. These are the only people who posted their social media posts? On public accounts. Hey everyone, just quick responses. We are trying to select the top 5 social media post managers here, and if you have posted something with private account, we cannot see it. You need to post it through the public account. So we could see a few. So can you please make your post public, because we cannot see your private postings if that is only private. If you don't want us to see it, that's fine, but I'm saying if you want us to see it and if it's on private, we can't see it. So please make those accounts public or the notifications public, please. Guys, so one more, who wants a living chance, post tomorrow for the social media and the most impactful global leader from IBC Media. So we're going to keep this open, both exercises, the most impactful. So here's what we want to do. We want you to wear these t-shirts, go to your college and take a picture, a creative picture in your college with the t-shirts on. So we will keep these exercises on until the conference happens early next year, and we will count how many contributions have you done as social media and how many people you have added in the group to invite people to be part of our community with you. And we will obviously acknowledge the prizes we have for the top people tomorrow, but we will also want to extend this timeline for the conference as well. Yeah?
Guys, using the hashtag on Discord is not applicable, alright? I've closed your permissions to not post photos on Discord. It's of no use. It's a closed community. You have to post on the open community, which is Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram. Post on these platforms.
Okay. Okay, can I invite Monica Pali to the stage, please? Monica Pali. Monica. And I want to know who Bakwas Companies is. Whose handle is Bakwas Company? All right, I want to invite them to the stage as well. Monica, come on up. Everyone, one more round of applause for these fantastic leaders. Okay, all of them, come on up. Okay, Monica Pali. Can somebody guess how many friends she added? Thanks for bringing us 87 people. Monica, thank you so much. Guys, you remember what is the last skill of a Web3 developer? Sharing. So, Monica hands down won it in terms of the virtue. Monica, again, you are the most impactful leader from the IBC Global Leader Program. Now, honestly, it happened to me, when somebody came to me a few days ago and they said, "Sir, somebody's calling IBC Bakwas company." I'm like, who is that possible? I'm like, how is that possible? So they show me a post which has this word, a watermark, which says Bakwas company. I'm like, I have to really know who these people are. So, by the way, a round of applause for the most creative leaders of the Global Leader Program at IBC, Hackfest. Guys, thank you so much for all the work. I hope there is more coming, right? And we basically, I want to acknowledge the hard work. Guys, this is all about leadership. If you think this is not leadership, what is? And you need to make sure that you are taking these opportunities to demonstrate leadership, because everything counts. Everyone. So you guys will get your t-shirts, and you're getting certificates tomorrow for most creative and most impactful leader in the IBC Hackfest. So guys, again, we will be giving more prizes to other people who are second. So we'll be giving, by the way, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have covered all the 5 top creatives. But we also, we'll be giving more 5 to the next 4 people that are joining us in the creative category, and more 9 people in the invitee category, on the impact side and the creative side. But these guys have topped the list, hands down. Wonderful job, guys. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Okay guys, 2 channels and the hashtags. 2 channels and hashtags. Stand up, 2 channels and hashtag. T-shirt time. 2 channels and hashtag. If you have received your t-shirt, sit down, but 2 channels and hashtag. Thank you. I mean, there are a lot of people, so be patient. We are coming to you. There are people coming and making sure you get your t-shirt. Hey, Deepak, are we good? I'm just doing it in the...
Chief guest, right?
Yeah.
Guys, you are all not allowed to carry any cups inside or litter. I'm seeing a few bits of papers or a cup. Do not carry any of these inside, please, and don't throw anything, please.
CIA is coming. Ali, share the details of the conversation. Guys, please do not leave because we have a final picture to go for all of us. It's going to be one of the best pictures that we will all have together as a memory. So we will be ending the show with a picture with all of us together. And we will make an NFT of that picture. Woohoo! Well, I can do a 300 pieces of it and make an NFT of 300 NFTs and give it to you. So, okay, more t-shirts left, volunteers. Hey, it's 5:39 now. तो क्या करना है? इस फोटो के लिए बुला लेंगे ना, फोटो शॉट रास्ता इज है. तो 10 मिनट्स के बाद Guys, everybody who got the t-shirts, please take a seat quickly. We want to do a wrap up very, very quickly. Everyone, please, if you have received your t-shirt, please take a seat. Everyone at the back, if you have got your t-shirt, please take a seat. Oh, just so you know, everybody who is invited tomorrow, please make sure you wear your t-shirts when you come to the event. Last 2 minutes. Okay, Deepak. To get here, come forward for a picture. For the selfie? No, for the picture, for the whole picture. And let's organize it 300 लोग हैं. यहाँ से शुरू करेंगे. And then all the way till the forward. इनको पूछो रास्ता को. Guys, excuse me. नहीं एक्चुअली that can be. holding it. Can we post? All right, guys, one hashtags and one channel. Hashtags and one channel. You got it? All right, hashtag one channel, please stand up. Please stand up. Hashtag one channel, please stand up. Make sure you get your t-shirts. Hashtag one channel, please stand up. Make sure you get your t-shirts. Everybody who got your t-shirts, please come back.
Check.
Excuse me. Can we have Sai Priyani at the stage, please?
Guys, we are going to have a group photo anyway, and Abhishek sir will be here even till the night to make sure everyone gets a selfie. Okay? Spare a few minutes, go back to your seats if you are done. We'll take a group photo and then you can hound Abhishek sir for selfies. Alright? Leave him as of now for a few minutes. Guys who all got the t-shirt, please go back to the seats. Excuse me, boys. Guys at the back. Guides.
Ready? Oh yeah.
You have that process for the raffle and all?
वो हम offline करके
Guides. Abhishek.
All right, everyone. Now, I request all of us to come forward for the grand finale picture with everyone in the room. I want all 300 leaders to come forward. Start from the back, and then we will go forward in the queue. So let's start with this row. Please, come on, everyone. Okay, everyone, I want people to come forward for the picture. Deepak, let's hold the t-shirts for a little bit. I want everybody to come forward for the picture. You can either stand down or be on the stage. Well, we will see where I will be. I don't know where I stand, so come back. Now, guys, everybody, Everybody come forward for the picture. Come forward for the picture. Anywhere. So you guys have to be on the stage. Come, climb up, climb up. I will be on up here. Climb up, climb up. Everybody. Climb up, climb up. Everybody climb up. Climb up. All right, there will be some people going on the knees down, but climb up. I want the first 3 rows to be people here. There are 300 people. So come up. We will do 10 pictures after this picture. I promise. Okay, all of you come back forward. Come back forward. Everybody, picture time, picture time, picture time. Rajesh. All right. You can be. Yes. Yeah, the entire front row needs to kneel down. I like the idea. Let's do that. Guys. All right, everybody above 5 feet can be on the stage. Everybody below 5 feet can be down on the floor. Sit down, guys. Sit down. Everybody sit down. Sit down. Sit down. I want everybody to sit down in a row. Everybody to sit down. Sit down. Everybody on the stage, sit down. Everybody on the stage, sit down. I want you to sit down in a row. Just sit down. Everybody sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Move back. Sit down. Give space. Move back. Sit down. Give space. Move back. Sit down. Okay. Okay, only the first row to sit down. 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 Guys, move at the back. Give some space. Let the first row sit down. Move at the back. Okay, we can also move forward. All the volunteers, come forward, sit in the front. All the volunteers. All the volunteers, all the IBC volunteers, come forward. All the volunteers and interns, come forward. All the volunteers and interns, everybody from IBC Media, I want forward. Everybody from IBC Media and Tech Mahindra. Everybody who is part of the program, administration, come forward. Join in the front. All right, all mentors and trainers, please join us. All leaders, mentors, trainers, please join us in the picture, in the front. Okay, can I have everybody quiet, please? Navya, everybody from IBC Media, please join the picture. Naveen, Deepak, Shweta. All right, everybody join the picture, please. In the front. Sit down in the front, sit down in the front. Deepak. Okay, everyone. Do we have everybody? All right, guys. Rasta Studios, can you please help in organizing this? right, guys. Why are we? Rasta, is this okay? सामने बिठा दीजिए. Guys, come forward and sit in the front if you like, or come on the stage. Come forward, sit. Everyone, I want everybody to sit. Everyone, please sit down. Come forward and sit down. Okay, everyone, come on in. Sir, by volunteers, come on in the picture. Everybody, come on. Ali, join the picture. Join the picture, Ali. All right, 3 cheers for Deepak. All right, sir, come join the picture. Come on. Silva sir, where is Silva sir? Meena madam, come on, sit down. You guys have been the most productive. Guys, give big cheers for the mentors, Hitesh, and sponsor up your name one more time. I cannot hear it. But big cheers for the principal. Please come forward. All right, everyone, Ali, come on in, come on in. Sir, we need, okay, hold on. Abi, here. Sir, we need a full video, panoramic view, we'll include that in the NFT.
Yeah, we'll take that. Yeah, definitely we'll take that.
Okay, everyone ready for the picture? We're almost getting there. Thank you so much. Again, everybody. Ali, what staff is there? What staff is there? Tech Mahindra staff, can I invite you forward? Come to the picture, please. Please come forward. Woo-hoo! Come on up, come on up, come on up. Everybody, everybody. I want all of you to join us, please. Security, all of you, cleaning. Come on up. Cleaning, security, all of you, I want you up. Come join us, please. Cleaning staff, please come, please join us. Come. Round of applause, guys, for everybody. Ashrat has been an extraordinary support on the weekend for the Wi-Fi, guys. I know we had challenge, but without Ashrat, this would not be possible. Okay, Archana. All of us. Woohoo! We'll start. Come on. We'll give 2 more minutes. Please come. Rakesh. Anybody else up front? There we go. Come on up. Please come, sir. Please come. Please join.
ఆయన కూర్చోమని చెప్పు. They are supposed to take the picture.
Okay, everybody, is everybody here? Are we missing anybody? Anybody outside? Priya? No? Guys, I'm gonna take Deepak will come. Okay. We're gonna give a big shout to first the trainers and the mentors who have supported the program. Say woohoo! Again, a round of applause to all the IBC media team here, the interns, the volunteers. One more time, guys. Woo! To all the leadership, including Praveen, Avi, Ali, Sandhya, Sneha, who is not here. But please give a big round of applause to everybody.
Yes, sir, for giving this opportunity to us.
I will come to me, just a second. But before that, I have other people to thank. I have my entire team who have been support to all our leadership. Shweta, Navya, who else is here? Rakesh, Naveen. Raise your hands, guys. IBC. Deepak, Dhruv. Archana. Who else? Full-time stuff. Deepak too. By the way, that man there who is right, Deepak, raise your hand. He's the man managing all the, behind the stage. Right. Anybody else? We do want to thank all our team that is not here, including Pusela and everybody that is in the office supporting you guys through all the hard work they did. But thank you everybody, and give this the last shout out to everybody saying thank you everyone who helped the program. One more time, give a big round of applause to all our sponsors. Big round of applause for Tech Mahindra, Polkadot, Telangana Skill Board, State of Telangana, T-Hub, and finally, a big round of pat and applause to all my dear students here who are here with us. You guys are the first 300 IBC global leaders graduating from this program. Year 2022 and 2023, welcome on board, and we look forward for you, sir, your success. Now let's take the pictures. Just
One, two, three, Anto. So guys, when I say 1, 2, 3, you are going to give victory, this symbol, and shout out. Okay? The camera will go like this. The camera guy from left to right, he'll just travel like that. You just look into the camera, that's it. Don't turn your heads like that. Just focus on this camera. Okay? Ready, huh? Ready? 1, 2, 3, go! Keep in that pose, give in that pose, give in that pose. Yes, perfect. Okay, we are going to take one more picture. ఒక్కసారి దీనిపైన కెట్టు వెనకాలకి వెళ్ళి దీనిపైన కెట్టే వస్తుందా ఇంకొంచెం వెనకాలకి వెళ్ళు ఇక్కడ నుంచి Yeah, ready? Okay, video clip. Just 1, 2, 3, go! Perfect, perfect. Hang on, one picture. For one picture.
wait a second. Deepak, can we have an IBC background? IBC hat background? Just a second, one minute. We just want to put the IBC background. There we go.
The background will be burning out, so it won't come. Perfect. One more. 1, 2, 3, go! Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Love you all. Hold on. Abhi. Hold on 1 second. Teams, people. Praveen sir, please. We need to write it down. Hold on for 5 minutes. We need another 5 minutes. Did you submit? We need 5 minutes, guys. Very important. Teams, guys, we have shortlisted some people that we need to talk to. So we would announce the names and we need those people here. Guys, if you leave, I cannot guarantee. But if you are here and your name is announced, I want those teams to come forward and meet me here. Are you guys following me? Please. Is not working? Okay, I'll repeat again. If you guys want to leave, it's fine. But if we will announce some names, we want those teams to come forward and meet me here. There are about 12 teams or so. We need those people here with the laptops. One person can come with the laptop. Very important. Once we have the names, give me 5 minutes. We have the sheet ready for people who are still submitting ideas. We'll review it. But we want people who have already filled and who we have already shortlisted. And there are some teams who need more information. We need more information from them.
Sorry. Let's take a picture. I want to make some announcement. Where is the camera?
Excuse me. Shruti, click in this one. Camera. Can anyone? College.
Adapter remove करके.
Sorry, can anyone?
हाँ, adapter निकाल दिया ना. पता नहीं गरम है क्यों.
All the photos, please take it down.
It's working? Thank you. This is enough.
सर एक पेपर दे दो.
सर
है तो लिखो 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 All right, people.
दीपक सर
I do not have the full team names of the people who have filled, so I'll call people by names. I only have one person from the list, so we would want to have the team this side, okay? And all the pictures, let's take it this side, okay? The first person we have, Aarti Muparthi. I am sorry if I got the name right, so please excuse me on the name. Get your laptop, I need the laptop. Okay, so that's one. Second, Perumalla Hema. Is she there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hema, did I get the name right?
Guys, I'll have to find all the sirs.
Okay.
Selva sir.
Third one, Muhammad Qureshi. Is Muhammad Qureshi here? The team with the laptop. One person with the laptop, please. Please, on the other side of the team, please. Ma'am, what's your name? Please, where is your laptop? Okay, to the other side. We have Bhavanam Santosh Reddy.
Yes, please.
All right, this side. Come back, come with the laptop. One person or two people enough. Just two people from the team. We have Gopal Das Stephen. Gopal Das Stephen. Is he here? Okay, we need two people from the team with the laptop. This side. Vaishnavi Shrikoti. All right, come over this side. We have Hemasai Paruchuri. Please pardon me if I got the name pronunciation wrong, but otherwise, sir. Muhammad Qureshi. Are you another Muhammad Qureshi? आपका आइडिया का नाम क्या है? अपस्किलिंग जॉब ना आप ही मैडम Vaishnavi Shrikoti, please this side with the laptop. Satvik Reddy Mokila. Satvik Reddy Mokila, please come over. We have Bandi Shrihita Reddy. Yeah, please. Okay. Do we have teams who have still not submitted the dots? Are you part of the dot team who submitted? Do we have people who have still not submitted the application from yesterday and day before yesterday? Did you like publish a dot in the application? Can you please fill it and submit it? We're still evaluating. There is more list coming. We will call people, but whatever people we have shortlisted here, we want to make sure that we are still evaluating other applications. This is the first set of applications that we have shortlisted. We are evaluating more. We will get the remaining list. We need to announce the process. Deepak, hold on. All right, so here is the plan, okay? I think Abi announced it earlier that we will be publishing a list of people who will be coming tomorrow at T-Hub. T-Hub cannot accommodate 300 people, and T-Hub does not have this much big facility. So we have a restriction that we have to limit the number of people that we are calling tomorrow. We will prepare a list. We will do a raffle. We will pick up students. Apart from the teams who are shortlisted, apart from the, we will put an email, we will publish that list of people attending on Discord. Please check the list. If you are in the list, you are invited. It will be a full day event. There will be pitches by people who have shortlisted. There will be lunch, and it's a full day event at T-Hub. Again, people who are shortlisted, there is a list. Once you are in the list, you are welcome. But people who are not in the list, I am afraid I cannot accommodate, because the facility is a small facility at T-Hub and we cannot accommodate everyone. So the list is, apart from all the shortlisted candidates, we have a first list now. There will be another list once we have all the submissions review done and the pending applications filled. Once that list comes, the teams who are shortlisted will be there anyways. And I think there is some discussion about this group C, where people are working on the idea. You have time till Friday, and then people will be given the instructions of how to manage your repositories. I think we were lacking short of time today, where we want to show you how the development process goes. What is the format of GitHub, how you will develop over the next 6 weeks, and other things. Again, I will make it very clear. Shortlisted teams, first list is out. We will have another list coming out soon. We will make sure the communication is given to you all. Okay? But please make sure you submit. If you do not submit the ideas, it will be very difficult to review the document. If you do not have a document, your idea could be very small in a 2-liners, which could easily be rejected if you do not have more details. If I do not have details, I do not know what you're working on, the detailed problem statement, the detailed solution, the detailed competition, what you're solving and other things. Any questions from anyone? Sir. Okay, quickly, so from our side, once this list is there, we will publish the list of attendees tomorrow. Yes, Deepak? So people who are coming for T-Hub tomorrow, mostly I think it will be Group A and part of Group B and the shortlisted teams. Oh, sorry, I take it back. It is a raffle, and it will be a raffle, a random list like what we did for team capture, the team generation, random list. We are not creative people. We want to leave it to the random function of Excel. Okay? So we will do this raffle. We will make sure everybody is in the list. We'll communicate that list tonight by 9 p.m. or 10 p.m., whatever time. Make sure that you are there with your ID proofs. And Praveen sir has a few things to say. Sir.
So look, Avi has just shared a few names, right? And all these names all people are here. Deepak. So people which names Avinash just mentioned are all these here. Okay. So Avinash. So all these teams are here.
They are
right
here.
now? Okay.
We are getting those 3 teams also for the limit team that they are working on. They will also come and stand.
Okay, so So give me the names. Okay guys, can you please give me some attention? Can you give me some attention please? So, Hyper Dappers. So the idea here is that you guys are mostly going to be presenting your pitch tomorrow in front of a big crowd. Okay? And I think that will be a wonderful opportunity for you. I want all of you to be extremely prepared for that. And in order to prepare for that, what I want you guys to do, come in front right now, and I want you to talk for 2 minutes about the idea that you guys have proposed so far. Okay? So let me call the names and the idea. I want you to come this side, and Deepak, I want you to arrange a microphone to these guys. Anyone team, or if you three people want to come this side, if you 3 want to manage, I'm giving you 2 minutes right now. You guys also can talk. I mean, just that's what is something which we want you to do. Okay. Okay. So the first team that I want to invite is Hyper Dappers, Aarti Mukherjee. Please, the team come this side. Yes, please do that. I think that will take a lot of time and I don't want to make it delay. I mean, if you want to open it, use it, you can do that. You have microphone, Deepak?
But I can do it my way, like interacting with them. Should I just focus it with you or should I do it?
Stage is yours. The way you will be talking tomorrow, practice for that.
Stand here, Sangeeta.
Yeah, guys, let's hear Aarti and team. Please give them a round of applause.
Good evening, everyone, and we are a team of 4 members, little unique than everyone, and our team is called Hyper Dappers. So that is what we'll be creating, some hyper stuff. So how many of you here would love to play games? Video games, normal games. So there's a majority of you guys. And how many of you all initially when you were young thought, I like cricket or I like badminton, so I really want to pursue a career in that. When you were small, right? They are sort of people who really wanted and had that interest, ki, I want to play cricket or I want to get trained from Virat Kohli or Sachin. I am sure everybody had this childhood dream of just going and playing with Sachin. So we as a team have come up with a platform in the metaverse called Meta with Goats. And as Gen Z, I think you all know what GOAT means, right? Yes? Yeah, so just information for just underlying given. GOATs means greatest of all time players. So we are a platform in the metaverse that helps you guys to create your avatar, and they're also prepared avatar with all the players all around the world with their data from all of the previous matches that they have played, and you can actually get those avatars, stand with, like, be with them, be with you all, get trained. Also, you can collaborate with various people all around the world and play a match, whether it be cricket, whether it is tennis. So it's just how you want to create your environment. Everything is in your control. Plus the best part is you will actually train with them, get all the tips that you want, and also have a good gaming experience. So this is what is the overall summary of what we want to create. That's called Meta with Goats. Thank you.
Thank you, Aarti. So before I invite the next team to talk about your ideas,
Please listen.
I wanted to share a few things here. One thing is that I personally looked at all the ideas that you all have created and put forward, and I must say that I must say that the level of understanding that you have developed in these last 8 days on blockchain and the ecosystem related, the functionality is amazing. Having said that, this is definitely not the end, and you need to develop further on this. One thing, as I was telling you the other day when I spoke to you, and I talked to you today as well, this is the most happening space. Small things here and there should not matter. They should not worry you. But what I want you guys to do, like Abhishek mentioned, this is a journey, and the journey that you have begun here is, you cannot imagine what you are getting into. You just cannot imagine what you are getting into. But, we had to select few ideas today, which we want our participants to present to a wider group for tomorrow. That is where we were forced to select 10 ideas right now. And, by saying that, it does not mean in any way that other ideas are not good. All ideas are fantastic. I would, request all of you to submit your pitch deck, and then we will continue our engagement, and we want you to continue building on what you have come up with. And in the whole process, the whole IBC team is there with you to help you, guide you, support you in making you a full-fledged Web3 developer. Okay? With all those things, I would like to invite the next team on stage to talk about. This team is Perumala Hema, right? Please give them a round of applause, please. Please take 2 minutes to present your ideas.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. My name is Abnay and this is my team. My idea is insurance. In today's, there are so many insurances are there. In that insurance, there are lot of backlogs or lot of changes we need to occur. Loopholes we will solve using the smart contract and blockchain. The main objective of this idea is we're using smart contract and solve the issues occur in the insurance. For example, we're taking a vehicle insurance. In the vehicle is accident at the time, we're using this smart contract or blockchain system. We can take the picture that incident time and send it to the insurance policy without having any third party. Without having any third party, we can claim the insurance and we claim the FIR complaint to the police station, and we can settle the insurance on time only. And we have requiring the same time also. We saving the time and also we are saving the paperwork. And we don't need to any paperwork using this application. A smart contract is main useful in this idea. So we have to choose this idea in the insurance. I need to solve the vehicle insurance loopholes by using this idea. So we will decide to make this idea. Okay. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So these ideas, what you guys have presented, these are fantastic ideas basically, and the idea that you have given. Please work on the presentation. Okay, try to get some comfort, because one is of course idea into Web3. Another thing that you are gaining here is basically a confidence to talk in front of crowd. So try to go and do some practice, and it should definitely be better. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let me invite the third one quickly. Team of Muhammad. Yeah, you guys are talking about upskilling, right?
Yes.
Please, you have 2 minutes to present yourself.
Hi everyone, this is our team 3 blocks. We are introducing our idea upskilling and job hunting app or a website. We want to develop this application based on Web3 and using blockchain technology. In this website, the people who wants or who requires a job, they are invited, and the companies who want to hire the people, they are also invited. The companies who want to hire people, they want to pay in terms of tokens, NFT tokens, and the people who are joining us and they get hired, they get NFT tokens, and by referring other people or other candidates, they can also get some incentives. Our idea is basically there are a lot of sites in Web2 which are offering the job related services, but in that there are a lot of fake companies, fake job profiles that we want to reduce. So we introduced decentralization in our website, where the profiles of candidates and as well as companies are decentralized, so that there will be no fake profiles, and the companies will get hired the real people, the people who needs job. And in addition to this, we are introducing a second phase of our application, that is upskilling program. The one who does not have skills, they can acquire skills in our platform, and they get certified. With that certificate, they can hired by a different companies. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. It is fantastic idea. And if you look at the skill industry, if you look at the hiring industry today, the whole industry is full of data points which are not reliable. So I think it will be a very very appropriate thing to do what these guys are planning to do. But at the same time, you really have to work on this idea, mature this, think in 360-degree view, and then make the product more deep. Okay, that's how I think I will expect you. Thank you. Okay, the next is very interesting in agriculture. The team consisting of Bhavanam Santosh Reddy. Yeah.
Good evening everyone, I am Manish Reddy. Our team name is Genesis Harvest. It's based on agro market. Recently we have seen many fathers dying due to debts. They are attending suicides because of debts and low crops. So we have came up with a solution so that these farmers directly need not sell farmers are selling to the mediators. From there consumers are getting the products. So we came up with a solution where farmers can directly sell the products to the consumers. So we are trying to develop a smart contract between farmers and consumers so that farmers can directly give the products to the consumers and consumers can get directly from the farmers without the mediators. So we have developed it using smart contracts. So on blockchain all the details of farmers and consumers will be there so that each consumer can have the farmers for different products so that they can directly get at cheap rates and farmers can sell their goods at proper rates without having any corruption. Yeah, so here we can see the mutual benefits of farmers and the consumers. That is more useful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think it's again one of the most interesting spaces in blockchain, in which agriculture. There are several areas in which agriculture is leveraging blockchain. Okay, so let's go to next team Gopal Das Steven on warranty.
Guys, who have already presented on stage, raise your hand. There was another team, right? Yeah, over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so good evening all. We are Team Etherbots. So generally physical warranty cards are tend to be lost, or if they are present also, most of the companies don't usually provide proper services to all the electronic products. So we are here with our proposed idea to create a blockchain based NFT warranty system so that this will increase the security of the warranty cards, and also this will provide the customer with proper needs and proper ways so that they can access and get all the services that the company provides. So here we are going to use a decaying NFT. So this NFT expires as the warranty expires. So yeah.
So the main things that we need to focus is authenticity and security. We even also track the ownership of the product. We focus on e-commerce websites which sell the products and which have a concept called warranty. So the products, all the products which have a concept called warranty will be having this NFT. So we'll be having this concept called decaying NFT, where we tend to have the decaying NFT, that is, the warranties will be of a particular limit of time, right? So for example, a fridge has five years of time. So the warranty, the NFT warranty, like the NFT decaying NFT is still for the only 5 years. So this is our idea. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think next we have Vaishnavi Shrikoti.
Good evening, one and all present here. This is Vaishnavi, and this is my team, Kirtana and Vaishali Srikoti. So, how many of you know that blood, how many of you agree when I say blood is the vital source of life? Can you please raise your hands? So, everybody agrees to it, right? So, blood is the most important thing to live. What if the same blood is a fraud blood? So, hence, as we can see during the past years, the demand for blood has increased a lot. As the demand for blood has increased, the frauds have also increased. So how to track these frauds? So me and my team, we are working on blood bank frauds that are happening nowadays. So our idea is to track the blood which is collected from the donor from the time stamp till it reaches a donor, till it reaches the patient or it is disposed. A blood can be stored only till 42 days if it is correctly stored. So after it gets expired, it cannot be used further. So there are many scams happening in this area wherein a warden or any other person who gets greedy, and instead of disposing that blood, he resells that to hospital. So how to know that the blood you got is within the time limit or not? So this is our project, and we are and what can be better than blockchain in order to track all these things? And thank you so much.
Thank you, Vaishnavi. The next team, I'm inviting Hemasai Paruchuri.
Hi everyone, so we are team grass and roots. So probably you might be wondering what do you mean by grass and roots. So we have come up with this idea grass and roots because we are actually the basics, or maybe basic thing which can be helping for you, or maybe we are really small organization which we can be helping. So probably NGOs are really non-profitable organization which aim to help the poor. And basically there are three domains in this sector. Like the first one is the donator, and the second one is the case workers, and the fourth one is the who are in need. So basically the case workers here, they aim to, they take they take all the data and they actually take a control of all these three areas. And actually we use blockchain in here because to store the data in a secured way. Like when you use physical contact to store the data can be manipulated, or maybe it can be corrupted. So we use blockchain here to overcome this problem. So I think this can be helpful. This is a small initiative to help the needy, and I guess it will be helpful for the people who are in need using these three domains. Thank you.
Thank you, Hema. Another very interesting idea has come from Satvik Reddy, Mokila and team on FIR registration. Let's hear you out. Give the mic, please. Yeah, have. And all of you who have already presented today, please ensure that your presentation reaches tonight at whatever email ID and whatever, in what way you are accepting the presentation. No, in email or? They have a form. Okay, so you have got a Google form, you have to edit that and upload your presentation. Please do not forget doing that before the end of the day today. Okay? Yeah, please.
Yeah. Hello everyone, this is Team Inferno. This is Satvik Reddy Mokila, and this is Sivani, and myself Sudha. So as sir has mentioned, we actually came up with an innovative idea. So basically our idea is to implement blockchain, like we have to store the data of the investigation crime reports onto the blockchain. So I want to put my problem statement into 3 use cases. Basically, still the police officials tend to follow the old school database method where they try to file complaints or FIR onto the papers or databases, which may be lost due to some mishaps or fire accidents, etc. And so through our implementation, right from the time of the FIR registration to the end of the crime investigation, entire data will be stored onto the blockchain or the IPFS, which once getting into blockchain doesn't get tampered. And we are trying to implement a multi-blockchain system, like we are trying to use Polygon.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. The next team is Luxury Goods by Bandi Srihita Reddy. Yeah, please.
Good evening, everyone. This is Team Apostles, which is like a group of people supporting the same idea. So we are here on the thought of verification and authentication of luxurious goods using NFTs. So who don't like luxury goods, showing off the luxury goods? We all like showing off our luxury goods, right? So what if the goods we purchased are not authentic? So it might lead to a loss of money, and the company's reputation is also on the line of these authentic goods. So we wanted to link these authentic goods by NFTs, which has a unique digital ownership. So it cannot be copied or it cannot be transferred without the permission of the owner. So we were like linking the brand's name to the NFT of the product, and then we scan the QR, which transfers the NFT on the name of the customer, which eradicates the problem of copying it to the another one in the mediators. Like it prevents the copy of the product. It cannot be copied. Like we can say that this good was original product of the company. It is not a duplicate of the company. So we wanted to link the products, QRs, NFT. We want to link the NFT as a QR code, which helps us to transfer the NFT on the name of the customer. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Badri. So we have one more team, Amrita, Varshini and team, and they are talking about one very crucial problem that the donation industry, I will not call industry, donation segment faces, where these NGOs get a lot of money from various sources, but then where does that money get spent? That's always a question mark. So, this team, Amrita and team, they are trying to address that problem. Go ahead, Amrita.
Good evening, everyone. I am Amrita and she is Harshita. We are Team Pragya and we are presenting with an idea of tracking NGO funds. So, all of us know that NGOs receive funds by the donors, and donors have no idea and no trace of how the money is being spent. So we want to build a blockchain in which all the transactions can be stored, which encourages a lot more people to donate more money, and every penny can be seen how it is being spent. So that's our idea. And we are Team Pragya. Thank you so much.
Yeah, go ahead. Just 1 second. Have you said
Sorry.
presentation?
Okay, so here is the thing. It is 6:15.
Thank you.
6:30. I'm sorry, it is 6:30 right now. First list has come. There is another list coming, but we cannot wait for everyone to be seated here and waiting. What I suggest is people can leave and whoever is shortlisted in the second list, we will do an online meeting tonight. It can be from your home, it can be from wherever. We want people to present it, improve the slides, improve the documentation, and once you are shortlisted, we will present it tomorrow. So we do not want people to sit here and wait. Whoever is shortlisted, we will call you. We will have a presentation to do it online. We use Google Meets. Is there any issue in using Google Meet? Do you know what is the Google Meet tool? Okay, good. So either it is Zoom or Google Meet. Whoever is shortlisted, again, we will call you. There is a list coming tonight, which is the invitees list for tomorrow. Please make sure if your name is there as part of a raffle, as part of shortlisted list. We will also have some teams on standby. So we will make sure that we reach out to each and every one of you who is coming as part of the team formation. But students who are not part of the teams presenting and who are part of the raffle list and the list that comes out for tomorrow, please make sure that you come with your ID proofs tomorrow at T-Hub. Now, the timing, Deepak, what is the timing for tomorrow for students? Okay, we will communicate the time of presence tomorrow. You cannot come at 10:30 like you come here at T-Hub. Everybody knows where T-Hub is? Everybody knows where T-Hub is? 2.0.
Yeah, this is code, right?
Decentralized code.
This is our last day today at TechM. There is no more sessions happening. Please make sure that you do not come here as part of your regular routine. People who are shortlisted as part of teams and in the list tonight will be only coming to T-Hub tomorrow. Please make sure you carry your IBC tags. We do not have extra printed for tomorrow. If you are in the list, get your ID card and your IBC card tomorrow at T-Hub. And we will inform the timing. And whoever is coming, get your t-shirts, wear your t-shirts and come over. Okay, any questions, anyone? Sir, और कुछ है क्या? Okay, thank you all. Wish you good luck. Please be in touch on Discord. And if you have any questions, please reach out to us on Discord. Sir.
Hey, Puneet. Ask.
Guys, whoever has, again, the teams that are shortlisted in list 1, please submit your documents. We will review the document and come back. People who have still having this dot in the idea, not submitted the ideas, I request you to submit the idea and close it. We do not have to wait for indefinite time for people to submit their ideas. And people who have submitted their ideas and not submitted the documents, work on it, send it to us. We will give you first round of feedback and then we can improvise the documents.
Sorry about the problem. If we find presentations, then add more things.